At the very beginning of World War II, one man's vision and ability to see the true capabilities of a stealth machine could very possibly have changed the war's outcome to the Nazi regime's favour. His aim was to blockade the merchant shipping routes and stifle the British of their much-needed war supplies, food and other essentials. His weapon of choice could possibly be considered the world's first true weapon of stealth. These weapons were so intimidating that Churchill once stated, "They were the only thing that really frightened me." Join us this week as we investigate another interesting aspect of sea power. This is a modern battle group, and it represents today's most advanced naval firepower. This British group consists of many different vessels acting in unison to create a single unit. However, it is the aircraft carriers that are the major component of this fleet. Its role is to combine air power to the fleet's sea power. In this case, the aircraft are the Harrier jump jet and various helicopters. The other prominent vessel of the fleet is the submarine, and a fleet of this size may have more than one. The submarine's role has changed much, but one aspect remains the same. The submarine is a weapon of stealth. This fleet's submarine contingent may be many miles ahead of the fleet and acting as the ears of the battle group. The submarine can be employed as a passive or aggressive member of the fleet. Today's modern submarine has a teardrop-shaped bow. This is a French Rubes-class submarine, which were built between 1986 and 1993. The teardrop hull design vastly improved the submerged speed of the submarine. Previous to this hydrodynamic improvement, submarines were not able to catch ships while submerged. Today, they have a greater submerged speed than surface speed and can easily keep up with the carrier battle group. Probably the most recognised class of teardrop-shaped submarines is the Ohio class, which was featured in the Hollywood blockbuster Hunt for Red October. This single vessel has more firepower than all the bombs used throughout the entire Second World War. These submarines are often referred to as boomers and were designed in the 1970s at a cost of over $2,000 million each. They were, until recently, the most expensive submarines to be built. They carry 24 ballistic missiles. Seen here is the Trident C4 version. The Ohio class and its counterparts are perhaps the most deadly weapon of war to be built. They can strike with little or no warning under a cloak of extreme stealth.
Prepare one.
This is a test of a C4 Trident launch. The missile is ejected in a column of compressed gas. Upon reaching the surface, the missile fires the first of its 3 stages of rockets. The C4 has a range of over 4,000 miles, and the main missile holds 8 individual missiles, which can be independently targeted. Each of the 8 missiles has a 100 kiloton warhead, which is approximately 5 times greater than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Submarines today have many roles. They can sit quietly and passively, gathering information. They can attack enemy ships, both merchant and naval, or they can be used as nuclear strike platforms. Although submarines were used in World War I, their true potential wasn't realised until World War II. Admiral Donitz was in charge of the German U-boat campaign. He had served in World War I as a submariner and had first-hand experience of what a submarine could become capable of. Donitz maintained very close relationships with his captains. He would meet his returning crews and pass down the ranks and shake hands with each man and bestow medals. Both Donitz and his superiors believed the key to victory was to stifle the Allies' supply line. Donitz pushed forcibly to build and use submarines to cripple the supply lanes. However, his superiors saw more advantage with the traditional and proven battleship. Donat's insistence of the advantages of submarines lasted throughout the war. Over 300 submarines would have been needed to dominate the British Navy and break merchant supply lines. However, at the start of the war, Germany had a mere 28. These submarines were also inadequate to serve on the high seas and were mainly of coastal type classes. Both Grand Admiral Erich Rieder and Donitz knew the war was 6 years too early for the German Navy. However, with the limitations of U-boat numbers, Donitz showed incredible success in the Atlantic and North Sea. The world was not prepared for submarine warfare. The merchant ships were unescorted and scattered. They were easy targets. They were so easy that the U-boats would surface and give the ship's crew time to abandon ship before sinking the vessel with their forward-mounted guns. Throughout the early stages of the war, the U-boats continued unchallenged in their objective to block the shipping lanes. The only advantage at this time for the merchant seamen was speed. The U-boats could only intercept them. If sighted, the merchant vessel could easily outrun them. The first initiative to curb the high casualty count was the development of moving ships in convoys, which were escorted by destroyers and other fighting ships. Many merchant ships were also fitted with 4-inch or similar guns. However, anti-submarine warfare was still in its infancy, and losses remained high. In fact, Donitz created a new way to deal with convoys. He developed the Wolf Pack. When a convoy was sighted, the U-boat captain radioed its position, direction and speed to HQ, where Donitz and his staff plotted courses for other U-boats to also intercept. The U-boats would shadow the convoy by day and attack under the cover of night. The U-boats were slow when submerged. However, on the surface, they could reach 16 knots. The merchantman's only way of detecting a U-boat was visually, and at night, the low profile of the U-boat was difficult to see, which allowed the U-boat to close in on its target before diving. The wolf packs were extremely successful, and some U-boat captains were even able to slip into the convoy formation and attack within. This caused even greater confusion to the merchant vessels and their escorts. The losses of merchant ships continued into late 41. These losses could not continue for much longer, otherwise the war was lost. The English had to counter the U-boat threat. Within the U-boat fraternity, this period was known as the Happy Days. However, the tide was about to turn. Donitz's Wolfpack system heavily relied on radio communication, and this was the system's flaw. Radio directional fighting equipment was developed. The British were able to hone in on the direction of the Germans' radio signal, which lifted the U-boat's veil of stealth. But a bigger development was radar. The escort ships could now detect surface U-boats at much greater distances. Great advances in aviation also played a role in the U-boat's demise. The aerial coverage of shipping lanes was vastly increased, and spotter planes were also equipped with radar. Any surfaced U-boat at this time was in jeopardy. To add to the peril of the U-boat crews, the Americans joined the war and supplied Allied forces with even more radar-equipped aircraft to further broaden and intensify the search for surfaced U-boats. At the end of the war, the tally was 288 U-boat losses to air attack. An even more deadly tool was devised, the early sonar. An underwater sound pulse was sent out, and like radar, the return signal revealed the presence of the U-boat. Now they could be detected on the surface and hunted down while they were submerged. These developments were the birth of today's anti-submarine warfare. The total number of U-boats sunk or captured is approximately 780. Towards the end of the war, a U-boat was not expected to complete more than 2 missions before being destroyed. After Hitler's death, Grand Admiral Donitz was appointed head of state, and on May the 4th, he gave the order for U-boats to cease hostility. In a final address to his beloved U-boat crews, he stated, "My U-boat men, 6 years of warfare lay behind us. You have fought like lions. A crushing superiority has compressed into a very narrow area. The continuation of the struggle from the bases which remain. Unbroken in your warlike courage, you are laying down your arms after an heroic fight which knows no equal. In reverence memory, we think of our comrades who have died. Comrades, maintain your U-boat spirit in which you fought most bravely and unflinchingly during the long years." It was a fitting tribute to a brave and dedicated service of the 39,000 men who served in U-boats. 5,000 had been captured and near 28,000 killed in action. If Donitz had the quantity of U-boats at the outset of the war, it is very possible that Germany may have been able to cripple Britain by denying it much needed food, oil and military hardware supplies. Churchill confirms this when he stated, "They were the only thing that really frightened me." This is HMS Unseen of the RANS Upholder class of hunter-killer diesel-electric submarines. This class is an example of the early teardrop-shaped hulls. At this time, more computer and technically advanced weapon systems were being installed in submarines. These were a radical change from the early World War II vintage design. Perhaps of most interest is the class of submarine, which depicts the pinnacle of World War II's submarine development. The Oberon class is exactly this pinnacle. These submarines were very quiet for their day and stayed in service with various navies past the year 2000. At the time, they were state-of-the-art conventional subs, despite being based on a late World War II German hull design. The last of the O-boats in RN service were paid off during the 1990s. Australia purchased 6 Oberon-class boats from the United Kingdom and commissioned them Oxley, Otway, Ovens, Onslow, Orion and Otama. They served the RAN and Australia for 3 decades.
Open main event. Open main vents. Full dive on the plane.
Over the years, many of the vessels were heavily modified in the weapon systems area. Further upgrades included the ability to fire Mark 48 torpedoes, which could carry a nuclear ordnance.
75 feet
Located at the Western Australian Maritime Museum is Oberon HMAS Ovens. What is interesting is that the Ovens' final resting place is an actual World War II submarine slipway. This Australian city of Fremantle was the largest Allied submarine base outside of the United States. Ovens would be considered a medium-sized submarine. It is interesting to note that HMAS Ovens was only the second conventional submarine to fire a subsurface launched harpoon missile. Consequently, the boat's designation changed from SS to SSG. Entrance to the submarine is via a 30-foot high stairway, and the view over the area can only make the visitor ponder the landscape during the heady days of the Fremantle base during operations in World War II. Visitors enter through the forward hatch and descend the original ladder into the forward torpedo room. Guides take the people on a journey of a lifestyle that can only be described as very alien to most of us.
The empty ones. There's no empty ones, they sleep on the floor.
Everywhere bunks are found. What is equally interesting is the amount of work required to get the submarine and maintain it in such a pristine condition. The Western Australian Maritime Museum preserved the submarine in conditions that reflect the submarine's original specifications, and they continue to hunt for even the smallest part to make the submarine as authentic as possible. This is two of Ovens' sister boats, Otama on the left and Orion on the right. Otama is bound for her last seagoing adventure. However, she will not sail this trip under her own power. Max Bryant, seen here, was in charge of overseeing the tow. Preparations included removing all hazardous waste from the vessel. All tanks, including fuel and ballast, had to be washed out and inspected. The Australian Navy offered their assistance to weld blanks on all the inlet and outlet openings in the hull. The submarine was then fitted with rigging required for its final 3,000-mile ocean journey. The tow took 13 days to complete, and adverse sea conditions had to be battled through the notorious waters of the Great Australian Bight and Bass Strait. Under maritime law, the Otama had to be towed unmanned. This meant that Otama was a dead ship without being able to assist in steerage, which added to this tense situation. Finally, the vessel arrived at Western Port Victoria, its final home. On a late summer's day in December, Otama slipped into the calm bay and was met by a crowd of curious onlookers and the organisers of the project. She remained hitched to the salvage vessel overnight, and early the next morning, with favourable tides, Otama was brought up the bay and moored at the town of Hastings.
Steering all right, Bob? Good. A gentle swing to port, please, Bob.
Once moored, work will begin to prepare Otama to be lifted from the sea and placed on land. In her new role, she will, like many other museum vessels around the world, serve to enlighten all who visit of the technical advancements of sea power, and most importantly, the bravery of the people who sailed such vessels past and present. Otama now has a new home, mission and crew. Surprisingly, some of her new crew are very familiar with the vessel. As a young man, David Hall was a cook on Otama. and on her arrival was keen to explore the vessel and seek out his old and familiar bunk. In this tiny kitchen, he prepared over 180 meals per day. His shift was 15 hours, 7 days a week. Otama closely resembles a World War II type vessel, and conditions on board reflect this. 2 toilet showers for 60 men. In the makeshift lighting of Otama, the cramped living is further accentuated. Every aspect of a submarine has procedure, even the way garbage is ejected from a specialized unit. The Oberons were possibly the most effective conventional submarine class of its time, with an astonishing reputation for quietness, which allowed it to exist in the 21st century. In fact, the ability of the O-boats to run in total silence enabled Australian submarines to successfully attack USS Enterprise, despite a huge number of supporting ships protecting it. The modern submariner and the modern submarine were born from the hearts and the metal of men and machines that have gone before. This is Sea Power. In this episode of Sea Power, we take to the air of the oceans for a bird's eye view of the battlefield. The first use of aircraft by navies was limited and mostly of reconnaissance roles. As aircraft developed, it became clear that the aeroplane would become an integral weapon of the modern navy. This is the story of the most successful early aircraft that paved the way for the development of today's most deadly eyes in the sky. The Lockheed P-3C Orion is a peerless airborne hunter. Its reputation as the ultimate submarine finder was achieved through more than 35 years of service, from the Cuban Missile Crisis to round-the-clock low-profile patrols throughout the Cold War. Today, the P-3 is still very busy, as it is remarkably well adapted for maritime patrol in the post-Cold War world. The P-3 can be outfitted with a variety of sophisticated detection equipment. It is one of the most modern eyes in the sky.
The east, look like it's making a high-speed pass.
Infrared and long-range electro-optical cameras, plus special imaging radar, allow it to monitor activity from a comfortable distance, allowing its crew to pick the most opportune time to strike. Often, the Orion will just observe and direct naval counterparts in the strike-attack phase of a naval conflict. It can stay aloft for extremely long periods, and its 4 powerful Allison T-56 A-14 engines can fly at almost any altitude. These attributes were the aim of the earliest eyes in the sky, the Zeppelins. Airships took to the skies around 1900. Very quickly, the military saw the merit in the Zeppelin. It was the first viable method of navies to view beyond the horizon. Even so, they were cumbersome and limited. The naval fleet that had the advantage of peering over the horizon could evaluate an opponent's strength and maneuver itself into the most favourable position before battle began. The United States Navy was also inspired and went on to build the Shenandoah, Akron and the Macon. The airships served the Navy well, but their time was running out as advancements in airplanes was being gained at a quickening pace. Unfortunately, many regard the airship as ineffective. Perhaps newspaper images depicting wrecks and fireballs such as these of the Shenandoah fueled such skepticism, but navies use these lighter-than-air giants with a reasonable degree of success. However, the moment planes became reliable, the airship's days were numbered, as they were easy targets for the faster and more manoeuvrable biplanes. Interestingly, the airships of yesteryear are still the largest craft we have flown. The British counterpart of the Lockheed Orion is the Nimrod, which entered service in 1969. Based on the Comet 4, the Nimrod was, as it remains today, the only jet-powered long-range maritime patrol aircraft in military service, offering the advantages of speed and height in transit, while still capable of long on-task periods, and in particular stealth, in the anti-submarine warfare role. As most propeller-engine maritime patrol aircraft make a discrete resonance that is easily detectable by submerged submarines, the Nimrod, with jet engines and associated jet noise, is virtually undetectable. In the early 1980s, the aircraft was upgraded to MR2 standard. Although the Nimrod MR2 airframe is aging, it still remains a potent and respected maritime patrol aircraft. It has served with distinction in the Falklands conflict, the Gulf War, and in support of the maritime blockade of the Balkans during the Bosnia crisis. The Nimrod MR2 will continue in service until all squadrons have been re-equipped with the Nimrod MRA4. The Nimrod Bombay carries the Stingray torpedo and the Harpoon missile for the anti-surface unit warfare role. The Orion is also equipped with the menacing Harpoon. During the 1990s, improvements, mainly directed towards the provision of advanced signal processing capabilities, the Orions were implemented to meet the threat of new generation fast, quiet and deep-diving submarines. November 2003 saw international upgrades include new electronic support measures, radar and acoustic sensors, new data management system and new communication suite. The aircraft is flown by a crew of 10 on missions up to 14 hours long. The flight deck accommodates the pilot, the co-pilot and the flight engineer. The P-3C has advanced submarine detection sensors, such as directional frequency and ranging, sonar buoys and magnetic anomaly detection equipment. The airborne electronic surveillance receiver is carried on a pylon under the wing fairing. The system automatically operates in search mode, its target primarily being submarine radars. The aircraft can carry weapons in the Bombay and on 10 underwing pylons. The Bombay is in the underside of the fuselage forward the wing. It is capable of carrying a 2,000-pound mine or alternative ordnance, including 1,000-pound mines, depth bombs, torpedoes, or nuclear depth bombs. Its underwing pylons can carry 2,000-pound mines, torpedoes, rockets, rocket pods, and 500-pound mines. The US Navy P-3C aircraft are equipped to carry the Harpoon AGM-84 anti-ship and standoff land attack missile. The P-3C still remains the most up-to-date version of the P-3 Orion. A successor aircraft from Lockheed was planned during the early 1980s, which would have been designated the P-7. However, a lack of funding for this project caused it to be cancelled in 1989. Thus, the P-3 Orion will probably continue on as the US Navy's premier anti-submarine warfare and maritime patrol aircraft through the first decades of the 21st century. To this end, Lockheed are currently assessing the fatigue life and damage tolerance characteristics of the P-3C airframe, identifying any structural modifications required in an effort to attain the 2015 service life goal the Navy has requested. With capabilities like these, it is no wonder that somewhere above the Earth during peace or conflict, there is nearly always an Orion, serving as an eye in the sky. One of the most highly regarded eyes in the sky was the Catalina series of aircraft that dogged the Nazi submarine fleet. These planes were among the earliest real threats to the Kriegsmarine. As early as World War I, the flying boat was used to hunt down and kill its natural prey, submarines. Although the seaplanes didn't destroy many U-boats, it did make it more difficult for the U-boats to get close to the merchant ships. Just the presence of the flying boats was a deterrent that the U-boat captains took seriously. Towards the end of the First World War, there were a small number of reported U-boat sinkings by these early seaplanes that were rapidly becoming improved. This was the first time that submarines had a capable opponent. This threat from the air remains today. With the outbreak of World War II, Britain requested a vast number and variety of aircraft. Of all the aircraft, it was the Catalina that would be the prominent plane that would play a major role in keeping the sea lanes open for the delivery of the much-needed wartime supplies. PBY squadrons operated from bases in the North Atlantic and provided air coverage for the convoys. The Catalina's 4,000-mile range permitted the aircraft to provide reasonably effective but not total coverage. Many times, the sea lanes were almost closed by the stealth tactics of the German U-boats. It was the Catalina that was the first Allied weapon to turn the tide. In the North Atlantic, the British PBY carried the ACY aircraft to surface vessel anti-submarine radar. This new technology was used together with visual observation. On sighting the prey, a PBY crew would launch and attack with bombs and depth charges. The Catalina was in essence an early 1930s design, and although it was used in many theatres of war, it was already showing its age when compared to new designed aircraft. However, it was so good at its roles it was given that even its outdated performance still couldn't hold back the Catalina from going on to become a legend. The Catalina fell short in many areas. For example, its top speed was less than many of the cars of that day. Its age is also evident in the laborious task of preparing a Catalina for a mission. More modern craft had better and quicker methods of flight preparation. The Catalina was a hands-on job. In the Pacific region, isolated squadrons relied on mechanics to recycle parts, manufacture parts, and above all, be creative to keep the planes airborne. With the most basic tools, the mechanics were able to keep this simple machine in the air. Bullet holes were fixed with tin snips and a rivet gun. In the Pacific, the Catalinas flew secret missions and were painted black. They became known as the Black Cats. They carried bombs, depth charges, and torpedoes. They only had a couple of 50 caliber machine guns for defense, and this was no match for the gunnery of the Japanese fighters that they often encountered. They most often worked alone, and the only cover they had was the black paint that helped camouflage them in the night sky. The Black Cats' crews left at dusk, and their flights extended well into the night. At that time, there wasn't any such thing as global positioning, and night flying gave them little opportunity to navigate by visual means. Their main means of navigation was the stars. The crews mostly flew blind. Although nearly invisible to the eye, the engine noise often alerted the enemy to the presence of the Black Cats. And if they were lucky, the Cats would be able to strike first and withdraw in success before the enemy could get into full swing. The old Catalina was very susceptible, and its age was a real barrier to any performance flying. However, with black paint and the ability to skim the ocean, it provided a cat-and-mouse game of detection. The PBY's construction was a mixture of boat building and aircraft manufacture. The wing was perhaps the most important part regarding the PBY success. It provided great lift and held the plane's entire fuel load that would give the PBY its legendary long-range capability. The wing was made of steel, and a skin constructed of a special unbleached cotton cloth was hand-stitched to the metal framework. The combination of cloth and metal gave the wing strength, and the linen contributed to the lightness of the construction. The assembly of this consumed hundreds of hours of demanding craftsmanship. The wing was then coated with a special aviation dope that stretched the cotton tight and bonded the two materials together. The hull section represented a more modern approach to aircraft manufacture. Due to the stresses of landing on water, the hull needed more attention to detail than other planes of its vintage, and the plating had to be watertight. Tens of thousands of rivets were required, and Consolidated's rivet machine produced about 1 million rivets per week. The rivets needed special attention to ensure the tightest fit. They were frozen until required. When pressed in cold, they would warm and expand, and that ensured a tighter than standard fit. The fuselage had to pass a watertight test. Since it wasn't feasible to build a water tank for testing the integrity of the fuselage, rather the fuselage was filled with water and checked by inspecting the outside surface instead. Although there was a number of versions produced, it is the Model 5 that is most recognized, and it was produced in larger numbers and was most used during the Second World War. Boeing, Vickers, and the Naval Air Factory also built them under license. The United States Navy employed over 3,000 of the Catalina. Other Commonwealth nations, including Britain and the Dutch, also utilised the outstanding services that the Catalina would provide. The distinguishing feature of the Model 5 is the bubble-type blister on the fuselage. This was used as a gun turret. The blister was also very useful in another role, that of sea rescues. The Catalina was both a success in battle actions and commercial applications. It was not in any way an outstanding performance craft, but it was outstanding in simplicity. There are very few Black Cats left in the world, and the Historical Aircraft Restoration Society has restored this example. The aircraft was purchased in 2002 in Portugal, where it had been operated as a water bomber under Chilean registration and was flown to Australia in September 2003. The aircraft is a PBY-6A model, which is very similar to the more common PBY-5. It is an amphibious model, where the Black Cats were seaplanes. The choice of amphibian was made when purchasing the aircraft on the basis of convenience, as its role today is to visit as many air shows as possible so that people can view this remarkable plane. Today, people are educated on the role of the aircraft and the airmen of the Royal Australian Air Force, who gallantly flew them under the cover of darkness from remote Pacific locations. In all, 239 Australian pilots lost their lives flying top secret and near suicide missions to keep the Pacific Ocean open. In all, the RAAF had a total of 166 Catalina aircraft. As this aircraft was left in storage for 20 years, a team from the Historical Aircraft Restoration Society flew to Portugal to get the craft into airworthy condition. After much work, the plane was ready for the long haul to Australia. One of the final stages of the preparation was the testing of the plane's engines, and this was achieved by running the aircraft up and down the runway. Once satisfied with the plane's mechanical and airframe condition, it was flown for the first time in over 20 years. Flight plans were then made to bring the Catalina to its new Australian home. Its first stop was to be England. However, a devastating hydraulic fluid leak occurred and the PBY was forced to land in France. The crew ran checks and got the main landing gear down. But the front gear didn't lower. It had to be manually lowered. The next problem had to be overcome. The plane had lost its brakes. To compound the problem, the provincial airfield had a very short runway. The landing didn't go well, and the main portside landing gear failed, and the PBY's hopes of reaching Australia on schedule were dashed. This heartbreaking event is typical of the hurdles that face any organisation that embarks on restoring such relics. Fortunately, the Catalina was not extensively damaged, and the Historical Aircraft Restoration Society returned at a later date and repaired the PBY. The rest of the story is history, as today, this magnificent example of restoration is now fulfilling its role of proudly flying before the crowds as both a tribute to the aircraft and those brave aviators of the Black Cat squads. Welcome to this edition of Sea Power. Of all the naval aircraft, the Harrier jump jet is perhaps the most unique. The Harrier proved itself during the Falkland Island conflict to be one of the world's most capable seaborne weapons. Today, it's still serving in an area that only a Harrier can operate from. This is the British aircraft carrier Ark Royal. She is an invincible class carrier and the 5th vessel to bear the proud name. Ark Royal was built by Swan Hunter's Shipbuilders Yard at Wallsend in December 1978. HMS Ark Royal was accepted into service on July 1, 1985. HMAS Ark Royal is larger than her two sisters Invincible and Illustrious. 4 Olympus gas turbine engines, similar to the Concorde's, propel the ship, which give a maximum speed in excess of 30 knots. She also has a steeper ski jump than the other ships of this class. Since the end of the Cold War, the role of the Invincible class aircraft carriers has evolved from one of sea control to maritime force protection. One of the world's most flexible fighter bombers is the air power that complements the sea power of the British fleets. The fixed-wing element born from an amalgamated force known as Joint Force Harrier consists of aircraft from both Royal Navy and Royal Air Force Harrier squadrons. The Sea Harrier's development can be traced to the Hawker P-1127, which was a single jet engine plane and was the first real workable VTOL. It was a pioneer that showed the world that a jet aircraft could take off and land like a helicopter, yet reach jet fighter speeds. This later P-1127 was called a Kestrel, and its first flight took place during March 1964, 3.5 years after the first tentative hover of the original P-1127. At the Farnborough Air Show, 2 Kestrels showed a stunned crowd what they could do. They outperformed a Hunter fighter jet. They beat the Hunter in speed, range and rate of climb. Normal jet fighters have high stall speeds, and landing one on an aircraft carrier is a difficult skill that requires much training. It also requires huge teams of people and a very sophisticated catapult system for takeoffs. On the contrary, a VTOL aircraft simply requires a flat piece of tarmac in the middle of the ocean to both land and take off from. This is due to the unique qualities of the Pegasus engine, which powers all versions of the Harrier multi-role military aircraft. It is the world's only operational STOVL, or short takeoff and vertical landing jet engine. Rolls-Royce has established unique STOVL expertise, which is being extended by the company's current work in developing the STOVL technology for the Lockheed Martin F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. The company's expertise is drawn from the bank of knowledge accumulated in developing and producing the Pegasus, power plant of the unique Harrier AV-8B family. The breakthrough to achieving reliable VTOL was indeed the Pegasus engine. It was designed by the Bristol Siddeley Company, which became part of Rolls-Royce in 1966. The uniqueness of the engine was the 4 rotatable nozzles that determined the aircraft's direction. The nozzle module is not a part of the engine as such, it's only a component. The single jet engine was about 8 foot long, However, for its day, it was extremely powerful. With the nozzle unit already in place, the engine was lowered into the airframe. To give the plane maximum hover and landing manoeuvrability, the nozzles were arranged with 2 forward of the plane's centre of gravity and 2 rearward. 2 compressed air-driven motors were employed to drive a system of rods and chains, which moved 4 nozzles in unison. Their full rotation is 99 degrees, and they can achieve that in 1 second. To further assist, short takeoff ramps were devised. These were first tested on the ground. The ramps curve upward at about 12 degrees and increased safety. They also dramatically increase the war load that a Harrier can lift into the air over the same short run. Trials with the 2-seater version and the Sea Harrier began in 1977. Those ski jumps were not thought of when the Invincible class was built. They were all later modified with ramps. Ark Royal has its ramp set at the maximum angle. Invincible and Illustrious have their ramp set at 7 degrees. In 1963, a P-1127 had flown from the big carrier Ark Royal. In 1966, a Kestrel carried out more extensive tests from the smaller carrier Bulwark. These tests were integrated with the flying of Wessex helicopters. It was soon clear that the directions of the batsmen were not required. Numerous VTOs were conducted with the ship underway. And it was found possible to hover in the lee of the island, even with severe turbulence. Vertical landings, or VLs, were made from various approaches. The first type was from the helicopter handbook, by approaching the landing area from the left and hovering over the landing point. However, the pilots preferred a straight approach from the stern of the ship. During 1966, the government finally agreed to go ahead with the concept of this type of aircraft. From here, the Harrier was born. The first Harrier looked very similar to its predecessors, but it was a complete redesign and much more advanced. One of the earlier Harriers carried out a remarkable series of tests from the helicopter pad of the cruiser Blake. Not only was this the smallest area from which an aircraft had taken off from or landed on, it was in fact a first. Needless to say, each takeoff was vertical, as was all the landings. The ship was rolling 12 degrees and the wind was blowing 35 knots. Another problem was the ship's superstructure was creating enormous turbulence, and the Harrier even managed this. The entire program of tests went off without a hitch and was the shape of things to come. All the ship's crew and the pilots involved were most impressed at the remarkable feat the first model Harrier could achieve with such ease. When the Harrier was first ordered for the RAF, it was intended that they would operate from the last two remaining fleet carriers, Ark Royal and Eagle. In March 1970, two Harrier GR1s of the RAF conducted extended trials from the carrier Eagle. These trials were to be run to confirm the Harrier's wartime capability. As the trials proceeded, the takeoff weight of the Harriers was increased. Each takeoff was of the free-rolling takeoff mode. None were done using the ship's catapult system. Fuel tanks, bombs and rockets were carried as in a real wartime scenario, and the loads were also fired to simulated actual landing weights. Many VLs were made with the ship at full speed. The trials also included topside servicing of the aircraft and using the elevators as well as full wartime servicing of the Harriers. As a result of the trial, the RAF had clearance to operate from the carriers, and this was the first time that Air Force pilots had flown from an aircraft carrier. In the following year, 1971, No. 1 Squadron brought their Harriers aboard Ark Royal. In April 1982, war was declared between Britain and Argentina. They were fighting over the sovereignty of the tiny Falkland Islands. This conflict was to be a sea battle from Britain's viewpoint. Britain immediately called upon its carriers to be readied. Invincible and the larger Hermes set sail with all the available Sea Harriers. The Harrier was about to do battle against Mirages, Daggers and Skyhawks. Although the enemy's planes weren't as technically advanced as the Harrier, they outnumbered the jump jet by 10 to 1. The Sea Harrier's Randalls were repainted with low visibility B-type without the white, and the aircraft themselves were painted in a dull grey finish. Later, a barley grey was used as a more suitable colour for camouflage. As every aircraft had to be war ready on arrival at the Falklands, each aircraft received a full service to reduce downtime during the conflict. The armament for the aircraft was also prepared and included rocket pods, bombs and clusters. Sidewinder missiles were the main weapon for air-to-air combat. Many of the pilots had never flown in a conflict situation, and their training was about to be tested. They were about to find out how close simulation and the real thing is. 2,197 sorties were flown by a total of 28 Harriers and ended with all Sea Harriers returning safely. The planes performed faultlessly and handled the tough weather environment better than any other aircraft of its day. Only one Sea Harrier took a hit. This was small caliber fire, and the projectile passed through the Harrier's tail. The plane was flying the next day. The initial operations were conducted about 90 miles east of the islands. The first target was a bombing and strafing sortie to take out Stanley Airfield at dawn on May the 1st.
intenso.
From Port Stanley, the Harriers came under fire from many different calibers of gun, and from Roland and Tiger surface-to-air missiles.
Aproximadamente se encuentra el aeropuerto. Estaría en llamas en este momento. Otro avión más. Misiles nuestros se dirigen en busca del avión enemigo.
This operation was an outstanding success. Unfortunately, the British naval ships didn't have as much luck, as HMAS Sheffield and HMAS Coventry were lost. Both were hit by the French-built Exocet missile, which was fired from low-flying aircraft. The Exocet proved itself a very capable anti-ship weapon in this conflict. The British ships were lost to the air-launched version. There is also the ship-launched and submarine-launched types. The missile is rocket-propelled and has a range of 26 miles. After launching, the missile moves around until it reaches its target's heading. It then descends until it is surface skimming by using the inertia guidance platform and radar alternator. When the target is 6 miles away, the ADAC radar in the nose cone activates and sweeps the area until it finds its target. Once locked on, the ADAC radar steers the projectile to hit the vessel at the optimum height above the waterline. The NN40 is a larger version and has a slightly longer range. The SM39 is a submarine version and is fired in a special container from torpedo tubes. AM39 is the aircraft version, and over 100 of these were fired by Argentina in the Falklands conflict. Sea Harriers are equipped with the Big Sea Eagle anti-ship missile. This large missile had a range of over 70 miles and was radar capable. The internal radar was located in the missile's nose. Only the large carriers were able to withstand the explosive power of the Sea Eagle. The Sea Harriers were also fitted with the devastating 2-inch rockets. This is a demonstration of a training exercise on a towed target. These rockets could be launched 72 at a time from 2 pod launchers. This weapon was used extensively in the Falklands campaign. The Sea Harrier also carried the short to medium version of the Sidewinder air-to-air missile. The missile could dispatch an enemy at a range of about 8 miles. Toss bombing and horizontal laydown bombing was also possible with the Sea Harrier. Another of the Harrier's weaponry that was used in the Falklands campaign is the BL-75 cluster bomb dispenser. These are ideal weapons to take out airfields. Today, the Harrier GR-7As, part of the Joint Force Harrier based at RAF Cottesmore, have been deployed in Afghanistan since September 2004. They have been constantly engaged in supporting the International Security Assistance Force in rebuilding Afghanistan. Both naval and maritime groups of the Harriers of No. 3 Squadron operate from Canada Air Base, in one of the most hostile environments in this war-torn barren province. the squadron maintains crews at 30 minutes notice to launch throughout the daylight hours to fly in support of coalition forces. The insurgent and anti-government forces operate in the towns and remote mountainous regions in the southern provinces and along the Pakistani border. The Harrier GR-7A carries enhanced paveway projection guided bombs, rockets and Maverick missiles, as well as numerous sensors and defensive flares. However, it is testament to the resolve of the crews and physical presence of such a capable aircraft that they only had to resort to deploying munitions on less than 14 operations. The Harriers frequently support pre-planned missions against the insurgents. US Army troops who have been ambushed in this most hostile of environments regularly contact the Harrier crews to thank them for their outstanding support. The deployed operating base accommodates approximately 5,000 coalition forces. The overall British attachment has 6 Harrier GR-7As and a total of around 180 personnel. The base is 3,300 feet above sea level, which also presents the aircraft with performance issues, and coupled with high winds and dust makes the aircraft engineer's life extremely difficult. The US forces are slowly rebuilding the runway, but currently the Harrier is the only fast jet fighter that is able to operate in these conditions, and is the sole asset readily available to support coalition troops on the ground. Often, there is less than 3,500 feet of runway available from which to operate. And even this regularly breaks up with the force of the Harrier's powerful Rolls-Royce Pegasus engines. Join us again next time for when we set sail again on a voyage of adventure aboard Sea Power. In this edition of Sea Power, we explore the advancement of anti-submarine warfare. In particular, we focus on the development of the submarine's natural surface nemesis, the destroyer. Both these vessels leapfrogged in development during the Second World War, and it's this development that we investigate in this episode of Sea Power. While the German army moved towards Warsaw, her powerful and determined navy headed out to do battle with Britain. Hitler's admirals were aware that taking command of the sea would see Britain fall. However, to control the ocean, the German navy would have to face off with the much more powerful British naval fleets. The German navy turned to the submarine as an auxiliary naval weapon to close the gap on the British advantage. Admiral Donitz was to prove that the submarine was indeed a most deadly weapon. He developed many techniques that enhanced the submarine's natural ability to sink ships. In this instance, a German U-boat is being refueled, reloaded and resupplied by another larger U-boat, called a milk cow. At the beginning of the war, Kriegsmarine, or German Navy, had no bases in other parts of the world, and the U-boats depended on supply vessels to keep them at sea. Surface vessels were too vulnerable, so the supply submarine was born. These were built around the successful Type 7 design, The Milk Cow's armament consisted of anti-aircraft guns only, as they were non-combatant units. The first of the 20 boats was put into service in 1941. All were sunk by Allied forces during the war. Operating a Milk Cow fleet allowed the fighting force to stay at sea for longer periods of time. England could not sustain the massive losses of merchant ships that the U-boats were inflicting. As the war began, England desperately tried to expand its merchant marine. But she also started to build the badly needed escort ships that would do what they could to stem the tide of losses to the U-boat attack. It was the destroyer class and also the smaller corvette class of warship that was developed throughout the war to become the natural hunter of the submarine. The English were caught off guard by the start of the war and required time to gear up for this colossal production of merchant and naval vessels. While production was underway, the strengthening of the U-boat fleet was also undertaken by the Germans, and the U-boat contingent continued to sink merchant ships at an alarming rate. A breakthrough occurred in September 1941. Although not officially at war, the Americans decided to supply escort vessels for the Atlantic routes. The Canadian government had already agreed to supply escorts. Even with American and Canadian assistance, the escort fleet was not sufficient. The job of the escort ship was to patrol the outer edge of the convoy and to try to locate and destroy U-boats. This was a near impossible task at the start of World War II, as once the U-boat was submerged, there was little a destroyer could do in the way of detection. At the beginning of the war, some destroyers did have primitive hydrophones that allowed them to listen for submarines. It was widely argued that the advent of steam had rendered the convoy system obsolete. Many felt that the necessary delays involved in assembling vessels into a convoy would take up too much time. Another factor against the convoy system was fast ships were becoming restricted to slower ship speeds. Many captains feared such close manoeuvring would result in a high risk of collision, as well as presenting an easy target for submarine attack. The British Royal Navy felt that escort convoys was too defensive as a use for their ships, and continued to advocate independent hunting. As history shows, the use of the convoy system was indeed a correct decision, and it reduced losses to U-boats dramatically from the outset. In the meantime, the Germans had developed a devastatingly successful wolf-pack technique. When a U-boat spotted a convoy, they did not rush in for the attack. The U-boat simply trailed the convoy and radioed speed and heading information to HQ. Planners then organised groups of U-boats to attack simultaneously, which spread the escorts widely and made them even less effective. Although destroyers had hydrophones to listen for submarines as a method for detection, it was primitive and could not pinpoint a target. It was not till later in the war that more effective equipment was being used. In fact, The escort vessels were fighting submarine warfare with World War I technology. So the destruction of merchant ships continued. When America joined the conflict and the Japanese declared war, the submarine and destroyer would further battle each other and broaden the theatre of war on the high seas. The Americans used the submarine to attack the Japanese merchant fleets to prevent rubber, oil, and other wartime necessities reaching the Japanese military. At this time in the war, sonar and half-daff or radio detection fighting apparatus had been developed, and anti-submarine warfare was coming of age. The Japanese destroyers could hone in on their underwater prey. No longer did the water's surface provide a cloak of invisibility for the submariner. Depth charging would continue for hours and was a grueling experience. Sonar provided exact locations, and it changed the game to the destroyer's advantage. The submarine still remained the most effective weapon to slow the supply lines, but the battle had become more equal. In all, the total loss of Japanese merchant vessels due to submarine attack was approximately 1,400 ships, or about 5 million tons. The ships included tankers with the valuable crude oil, troop ships, colliers, transport ships, and naval vessels. By comparison, 52 American submarines were lost in the conflict. As anti-submarine warfare developed, the submariners of all nations found it harder to approach convoys without being detected. Once a torpedo attack began, the submarine was immediately harassed and forced to take evasive action, and the game of cat and mouse began. By the end of the war, the figures prove that the surface boats had a clear advantage. As of the 39,000 men who served the U-boats, 5,000 had been captured and near 28,000 killed in action. This is a Type 42 destroyer, also known as the Sheffield class. The class was designed in the late 1960s to provide area air defence for the Royal Navy. In total, 14 vessels were constructed. 11 remain in service today. This vessel is representative of the development of the destroyer class after World War II and the different role they can play in today's Navy. The main weapon system of these destroyers is the Sea Dart and is a surface-to-air missile system. The Sea Dart is capable of Mach 2. The Sea Dart can be used in a limited fashion for surface-to-surface warfare. Although claimed to be obsolete, it is still effective against most modern missile threats, as proven by the 1991 Gulf War and the recent Iraq conflict. Targets are acquired by the ship's tracking radar systems and are then assigned to one of the tracker illuminating radars, or TIRs. The TIR fixes its target and the missile is simply fired. Two ships of this class were lost in the Falklands conflict, HMAS Coventry and HMAS Sheffield. The Sheffield fell to a French-built Exocet missile, which was fired from a low-flying aircraft. To improve the ship's defence capabilities against future missile attacks, the Class 42 were fitted with 2x20mm guns and 2x30mm guns. A modern representation of an anti-submarine ship can be found in the Netherlands Kortenaar class of frigate. It has a complement of over 160 personnel, and during the later stages of the Cold War, worked with other NATO navies to protect the Atlantic approach against the massive Soviet submarine fleet. This vessel is primarily a submarine hunter, and as such has a tremendous array of technical detection equipment. Both American and European companies manufacture the equipment. The first stage of any submarine hunt is locating the submerged target. The ship has a bow-mounted Westinghouse ANSQS 505 sonar, which is connected to the anti-submarine warfare data system. The data system collects information from the sonar and other systems and processes the information to give the operators the type, heading and depth of the acquired submarine. The submarine can be tracked and the ship can be directed to intercept. The information can also be immediately transmitted to the land-based headquarters or other surface vessels. In this modern world of technological marvels, some age-old systems are still employed. The Kortenaar is both fast and agile, and these attributes make it a very capable hunter. It has a top speed of 30 knots and a range of 4,700 nautical miles at 16 knots. This vessel is able to maneuver equally as well astern in most sea conditions, which is another requirement of a sub-hunter. Rolls-Royce Olympus and Tyne gas turbines are used in this class. The twin Olympus turbines create 56,000 shp to attain the vessel's top speed, and the Tyne engines, which output 8,000 shp, are used to give economy and range. The ship automatically switches from one engine to the other. Two Westland Lynx helicopters further add to the ship's ability to detect and destroy submarines. The hydraulic lockdown system enables the Lynx to be used in nearly all weather conditions. The helicopters have a range of over 300 nautical miles and have sonar capability and also carry anti-submarine weaponry. The Lynx can stay aloft for more than 3 hours. General weapons carried are 2 Mark 46 torpedoes, or Mark 27 torpedoes, or Mark 81 depth charges. The Lynx can attack submarines once it has located them by sonar. The helicopter simply dips the sonar equipment into the water to detect the presence of the enemy. It is also a much faster way to cover an area than using the ship alone. Weapons of the Kortenaar class include a 20mm Bova, 1x76mm Otto Breda gun, 4x12.75-inch Mark 32 torpedo tubes in 2 twin mountings, 8 launchers for Harpoon SSMs in 2 squad mounts, and 1 launcher for NATO Sea Sparrow SAMs, with a total of 24 rounds. Although built as a submarine hunter, 2 of this class were fitted out as anti-aircraft frigates. The Courtner class is now being joined by even more advanced vessels, which are now under construction. But the Courtner ships will remain in service for at least another decade. A classic example of a World War II escort vessel can be found in Australia. This is the former HMAS Whyalla corvette. Today, it's open to the public and stands as a tribute to all the crews of such vessels. It is also a story of the dedication it took to return Whyalla to its place of construction. The ship was to be taken from the water and taken 2 kilometres by road to her final resting place, the Whyalla Maritime Museum. This is quite a feat when you consider the ship's displacement weight is 659 tonnes and its length is approximately 57 metres or more than 200 feet. A cradle was built for the ship to rest on and steady her while on the road. With the cradle secured to the ship's hull, the vessel was manoeuvred to begin its ascent up the very slipway that she was launched from so many years ago. The original time frame to have the vessel moved to its new home was 3 weeks. However, disaster struck in the early stages as the ship at its cradle became stuck on the edge of the slipway. A tugboat was used to push the vessel and a fleet of tractor power vehicles pulled the vessel in an attempt to free the Whyalla. Inch by inch, the vessel was edged further out of the water. It took 5 days to get the vessel's bow to break the high water mark. At this point, the effort became more difficult as the crew had to wait for high tide to continue the fight. In the end, it took 2 weeks to get the vessel clear of the water. The next step was to jack the ship up to a height of 1.5 metres or 5.5 feet to allow for the trailer to be fitted to the cradle. It took a further week's work to complete this task. With a number of trucks and earth-moving vehicles combining their horsepower, the vessel was finally moving. 220 tonnes of trailers and 328 wheels inched along the road in the final stage of the move. In January 1943, while in a deep inlet off New Guinea, she was attacked by 18 Japanese dive bombers and 6 fighters. In November 1943, HMAS Whyalla resumed escort duties off the east coast of Australia. In December 1944, she was engaged in minesweeping operations off the southeast coast of Australia. In 1945, HMAS Whyalla was attached to the British Pacific Fleet and formed part of the occupying forces that received the Japanese surrender of Hong Kong. She was paid off in May 1946 after steaming over 110,000 nautical miles during her wartime career. She continued in commercial service after the war and was modified. Today, the museum has nearly completed the restoration of returning her to her wartime specification. That concludes another episode of Seapower. Join us again when we further explore this fascinating subject. In this edition of Sea Power, we'll view a few of the battleships of the 20th century. From their beginning, their refinement, then to their removal in favour of the aircraft carrier. And to close, we'll see one of the grandest in retirement. In the early 1900s, the wealth and status of a nation was directly measured by the size of its battleships. These shots of American ironclads show the state of the art at the turn of the century. The term battleship was a new contrivance to describe the largest, most powerful of these capital ships. The famous dreadnought was birthed in 1904. However, by this time, technology had also taken to the air. The Texas, patterned after dreadnought and commissioned in 1914, was the last of the true battleships. For a time, she was considered the most powerful warship afloat because of her 10 14-inch guns in 5 twin turrets. The Texas auspiciously went on to participate in both the First and Second World Wars. In 1914, the Great War saw for the first time huge technological advances in weaponry. One of these advances, the airplane, came to the fore in the war against the early submarines. The dawning of flight required some reappraisal in the uses and threats that these new weapons could pose. At the time, naval stalwarts would not believe that the flimsy fabric and string insects could threaten their battleships, which were built to withstand the fire of other battleships. Battleship construction progressed steadily through the early 1900s. However, in 1922, with construction costs spiralling out of control and threatening to bankrupt countries, the Washington Naval Reduction Treaty was signed to halt the battleship arms race. When the United States signed the treaty, they agreed to halt construction of 13 new battleships and battle cruisers presently under construction. 2 hulls went on to become the largest aircraft carriers in the world, the Lexington and Saratoga, and the rest was scrapped. Aircraft during this time were taken on as a part of the fleet, but only as reconnaissance units. They would be used to find enemy ships and targets, then guide the fleet to within range and allow the big guns to take over, while calling as a spotter the fall of shot. In the years after World War I, military thinking saw the advances that could be made in air warfare. And some far-sighted pundits professed that these new planes would eventually replace the capital ships of nations. By 1920, the battleship was still the authority of naval task forces. Developments had rapidly advanced their weapons and protected coverings with armoured decks and waterline belts protecting them against incoming attacks. If there were to be any threat from the air, the battleship would easily adapt, as it had previously, to these new, as yet unseen dangers. In America in 1921, it was determined to silence the raging debates between the new air arm and the existing naval theorists. A series of tests would be performed to finally qualify the reality of the threat presented by the formative Air Force. Planes would be sent to sink naval shipping from the air. The trial took the form of bombing one ship of each size: a submarine, a destroyer, a cruiser, and finally a battleship. The ships would be attacked successively with bigger and bigger bombs, and inspections would take place after each attack. All armed forces would take turns in the attacks, and the trials would culminate in the big event of the bombing of the battleship Ostfriesland. The war prize Ostfriesland was large at 22,000 tons and was considered to be a significant test of the new theories. As a new ship, it was designed against attack from existing battleships of the day. Tests against Ostfriesland began on July 20, when Navy and Maritime Corps planes dropped 52 bombs on the ship, and ended dramatically the next day when Martin bombers delivered the fatal blow with 11 1,000 and 2,000 pound bombs. Today, the debate rages as to whether the test had any real validity. The targets were all stationary and had no damage control or fire parties. Had they the ability to move and repair damage, the result may have been significantly different. The Ostfriesland itself stayed afloat under sustaining significant damage over a period of a day and a half. Only the final 2,000 pound bomb signalled the end, but even then she took hours to sink. Over the ensuing years, significant numbers of ageing battleships met the same sad end, while the advancements in naval power and aviation technology continued apace. When the Naval Reduction Treaty came to an end in 1936, the United States then began to build what were to become known as the fast battleships. Speed was now deemed critical to keep up with the new aircraft carriers of the fast carrier attack groups. The early battleships had a top speed of around 22 knots. However, when other navies produced 24-knot battleships and 30-knot battle cruisers, the newer North Carolina and South Dakota class battleships were made capable of 28 knots. And the new Iowa class ships would be capable of speeds in excess of 33 knots. A final class, the Montanas, were to be nearly half again as big as the Iowa class and have a maximum speed of 28 knots. Although authorised and designed, none of this class ever entered construction, as the emphasis shifted to the construction of the aircraft carriers during the Second World War. December 7, 1941. Japan used their combined Pacific fleet in the infamous Pearl Harbor attack, consisting of 2 fast battleships, 6 aircraft carriers, 8 destroyers, 3 cruisers and submarine escorts, and a total of 360 aircraft. There had never been such an overwhelming force assembled in the Pacific arena. The attack was over in little more than 3 hours. By the end of the day, most of the US Pacific Fleet lay broken and burning. The loss of 5 battleships, Arizona, Oklahoma, California, West Virginia and Nevada, and the damage to the Maryland, Tennessee and Pennsylvania in the raid was a truly devastating blow to the American naval forces in the Pacific. However, the 3 American carriers were not damaged, having been deployed to reinforce advanced bases at Waikiki and Midway. This one fact allowed the remaining forces to hold the Midway-Hawaii front and defend the supply lines to Australia. It would not be until the last great battleship engagement in history, the Battle of Leyte Gulf in October of 1944, that battleships would again play major roles in the Pacific War. 2 Iowa-class battleships, the Iowa and the New Jersey, as well as several old battleships refitted from their damage from the Pearl Harbor attack, would face the Japanese super battleships Yamato and Musashi, and many older ships from the First World War. The fall of the Philippines would be a terrible blow to the Japanese, as it controlled most of the fuel for the fleet. After the Battle of the Philippine Sea, dubbed the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot by American pilots, Japan had only a handful of planes and even fewer pilots to man them. So plans were drawn up for a huge naval attack against the US forces. The result would be an all-or-nothing gamble for the Japanese Navy. Nothing was held back. The Japanese 65,000-ton battleship Yamato was built in 1941 at Kure, Japan. She and her sister Musashi were by far the largest battleships ever built, even exceeding in size and gun caliber of the US Navy's cancelled Montana class. Their 9 18.1-inch main battery guns, which fired 3,200-pound armour-piercing shells, were the largest battleship guns ever to go to sea. And the scale of the two ships' armour protection was also unsurpassed. The Musashi was finally lost on the 24th of October during the Leyte Gulf battles. Her extensive protection ultimately failed her after being subjected to 20 torpedo hits, 17 bomb hits, and the destructive force of the detonation of 16 near misses in the water. At about 7:30 in the evening, 4.5 hours after the last attack, she would finally roll over and sink. The Yamato would use its large guns in Leyte against US escort carriers, but she would never fire on her American equivalents. Halsey's fleet of fast battleships sailed ineffectually between the two major engagements of Leyte, unable to participate due to confusion in the messages sent between the individual fleets. And so an era came to a close. The battleship never again fired guns at an enemy ship. And yet, even as the age of the battleship ended, overrun by the power of the aircraft carrier, only the disengagement of the Japanese forces at the last minute saved the day for the Americans at Leyte. The carriers would now become the king of the fleet, and within a year, the war would be over. The Nagato would be the sole Japanese battleship to survive the war. However, after the conflict, she joined her distant cousins, the American battleships Arkansas, New York, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. The Nagato would be sunk at Bikini Atoll, near the German cruiser Prinz Eugen, during the testing of atomic weapons. At the close of the war, however, it was again the grandness of the battleship that was chosen for the formal surrender of the Imperial forces. USS Missouri played host to the cessation of hostilities in the Pacific from the Bay of Tokyo. On September 2, 1945, amid the wreckage of the once proud Japanese fleet, the Missouri transmitted the ceasefire message. And on her foredeck, the signing of the official surrender was confirmed. The Iowa-class ships went on to see active service again in the Korean conflict and were used for shore bombardment in support of ground troops. Their mere presence and large guns were a huge asset in any conflict. However, with the spiralling costs of running 4 ships, they were all decommissioned by the late 1950s. Due to calls from the Marines, the New Jersey was reactivated for the Vietnam conflict in 1968, but again mothballed in 1969. During the 1980s, all 4 Iowas were recommissioned and significantly modernized. They were all converted to using light diesel fuel, and communications received enormous upgrades. They also received weapons upgrades with the addition of 16 Harpoon anti-shipping missiles and 32 Tomahawk cruise missiles for conventional or nuclear shore attack and enemy shipping. Their large 16-inch guns were maintained, and 6 of their original twin 5-inch guns were also kept. The existing range of the 16-inch guns of 24 miles was nearly doubled with new sub-caliber rounds. The addition of Harpoon missiles for surface-to-surface combatants extended their effectiveness. With a range in excess of 67 nautical miles and surface skimming the water, the Harpoons greatly extended the operational sphere of the Great Ladies. However, it was the addition of the Tomahawk cruise missiles where they again rose in stature during the 1991 Desert Shield operation. With a range of 1,500 miles, these small pilotless planes are incredibly accurate and capable of delivering conventional warheads or nuclear stores. By the mid-90s, though, all of these great battleships had again been decommissioned. 2, Iowa and Wisconsin, were in mothballs. The other 2, Missouri and New Jersey, were serving a new purpose as restored museum pieces and memorials to their great places in history. Today, the US Navy is without an active battleship. However, many of the Grand Ladies are still accessible to the public. One of the greatest of all is the Texas. The battleship Texas is the last dreadnought in existence in the world. A veteran of Vera Cruz and both World Wars. Having been designed in the first decade of the 20th century, and having seen action in some of the most intense and critical campaigns of World War II, she is an important piece of our naval and maritime history. These are sea cadets spending a weekend aboard the Texas. These cadets will join over 100 other men and women participating in the annual Battle Stations 1944 event, a recreation of life aboard the Texas during World War II. When the Texas was commissioned in 1914, she was the most powerful weapon on Earth. Today, she is the US's oldest surviving battleship. With a crew of up to 1,800 men living in her 572-foot hull, sailors served their country and made sacrifices in the name of the service and country. The Sea Cadets live all aspects of life on board, including preparing meals, cleaning, and getting used to the confines of life at sea. To many, it leaves a new understanding of the trials and sacrifices made by the men that crewed the Texas.
Hot stuff coming through.
May I go get my iced tea?
To those people truly interested in history, it is not enough to read a book about it or watch a film about the Texas. Here you can feel and smell what it was actually like. It's probably as close as you can get to time travel.
Just wipe it down then. Get the finger marks off. It gives them a sense of feel of what it's really like.
Now hear this. Now hear this. All hands, man your battle stations. All hands, man your battle stations.
Alpha God, Bravo God, man and ready, sir!
Bravo God, man ready, sir!
A portion of each day is set aside for the Living History program, where the general public can come aboard and explore different aspects of the ship.
All stop.
The high point for the reenactors is when the public, especially the children, make the realization that the stories are all true, that the history they've been told is real.
Oh, look at this, guys. You want to see what it's like to get a cruise?
There's a lot of symbolism associated with the Texas and what she represents.
And you're going to be madly calling these numbers out, and there'll be 2 or 3 other guys here doing this.
Many of the sea cadets did not know what living on board a battleship really entailed before they arrived. But all will leave and be slightly changed by their experiences. As time passes, the cadets will better understand what this ship represents: honor, responsibility, and personal sacrifice. The battleship Texas is a unique teaching tool. Her battle is far from over, as she has a new generation to serve.
In this episode of Sea Power, we investigate the various types of missiles that a modern vessel may carry. Today, the missile reigns supreme. There is a missile for every situation, from shoulder-launched to the fully blown intercontinental nuclear ballistic array of weapons. Today, no country would go to war without a substantial inventory of these most deadly and accurate armaments. At sea, the missile has become a most adaptable weapon platform to launch an attack or to instigate anti-attack measures. One of the deadliest missiles is the US Navy's Harpoon series of projectiles, the RGM-84A. The Harpoon is like a mini aircraft, as it is propelled by a powerful turbojet engine. It is fired from a canister or tube launcher. This missile was designed and built by McDonnell Douglas for the US Navy, and it was to have over-the-horizon capability and have all-weather ability. This version of the Harpoon has a range of 50 nautical miles. The Harpoon is a flexible weapon, and it can be fired from ships or submarines. The aircraft version is the AGM-84. Once launched, the missile descends and skims the wave tops. As it nears the target, the active search radar is initialized. It has waypoint ability, and it can approach its target from any angle. In a combined attack, 2 missiles can approach the target from completely different angles. Harpoon can also navigate around landmass to acquire its target. Once locked on, the Harpoon missile can deliver its warhead by using the pop-up maneuver. In the final approach, the missile climbs sharply and approaches the target from directly overhead. It can also determine evasive action for anti-missile warfare, and that makes the Harpoon one very smart weapon. The missile is used on a wide variety of naval vessels, from the larger battleships down to the smaller patrol ships. And more than 15 navies throughout the world use it. The French equivalent of the American Harpoon is the French Exocet missile and is built by Eurospatial. This rocket-driven missile proved its worth for Argentina in the Falklands campaign, as it crippled or destroyed various British ships. It can be fired by aircraft, ship or submarine, and has a range of more than 26 miles. When launched, the missile will curve to attain the target and descends to near sea level. It is kept on course by its internal guidance platform and radar alternator. The ADAC adaptive radar commences operation when the Exocet comes within 6 miles of its target. The ADAC sweeps the area and acquires the target, steering the missile to impact with the target at optimum height above the waterline. The SM-39 is the submarine variant. The Exocet is launched with special containers from the submarine's torpedo tubes. The AM-39 is the air launch type. Over 100 Exocets were fired by Iraq during the Gulf War. Most versions of this missile have a Hexal light and steel block warhead and are designed to detonate after penetrating the hull of the target. These are some examples of the Exocet hit. Sea Dart is a surface-to-air missile system mounted on air defence destroyers of the Royal Navy. The weapon is powered by a combination of solid-fuel booster rocket, which is used for launching the missile, and simple ramjet, which gives it a speed of Mach 2. The missile is effective over a range of approximately 80 kilometres. Sea Dart entered service in 1967 on HMS Bristol, before becoming widespread on the Type 42 destroyers. The Sea Dart-equipped Type 42s are reaching the end of their service lives. The much more capable PAMS missile system will replace the Type 42 from 2007. The standard British air defence missile, the Sea Dart, is a semi-actively homing ramjet. The Sea Dart is credited with 7 aircraft shot down during the Falklands War. This is Royal Navy frigate Broadsword, and she is equipped with the Exocet missile for offensive action and Sea Wolf missiles for defence. Current deployment is on Type 22 and Type 23 frigates, the newer ships taking 32 missile silos. It is expected to remain in service until 2020. The Sea Wolf is a naval anti-missile missile and is designed as a final line of missile defence against both sea skimming and high-angle anti-ship missiles. It can also operate against aircraft. It has been used by the Royal Navy since 1979 and has been fired in anger during the Falklands War and the Persian Gulf conflicts. The manufacturers claim the missile can intercept targets as small as 114mm shells. BAC developed the system from a 1964 requirement. A contract was awarded in 1967 to BAC, Vickers and Bristol Aerojet. Testing lasted from 1970 until 1977. The Aegis Combat System, named for the mythological Aegis shield, is a United States Navy weapons system. The first cruiser of this class was the Ticonderoga. This is not just a missile, it is a complete system, and was first tested on the Phantom, the 34 Firebee and the Sabre. This is the chief offensive and defensive missile of US Navy fleet, and will remain so approximately until the year 2010. It can be used to destroy aircraft, cruise missiles and missile launch platforms. The computer-based command and decision element is the core of the Aegis Combat System. This interface makes the Aegis Combat System capable of simultaneous operation against a multi-mission threat: anti-air, anti-surface and anti-submarine warfare. The Navy built the first Aegis-equipped destroyers using the hull and machinery designs of Spruance-class destroyers. The heart of the system is an advanced automatic detect and track, multi-function, three-dimensional phased array radar. Known as the shield of the fleet, this high-powered radar is able to perform search, track and missile guidance functions simultaneously, with a track capacity of over 200 targets at more than 200 miles. Because the Aegis system dominates the ship architecture, ships equipped with it are sometimes mistakenly called Aegis-class ships. The early version was the Mark 26 dual-purpose launcher. This is the Mark 41 version, and 54 of these are fitted to the ships in environmentally sealed canisters. A key element of the system is the radar. Once fired, the missile will immediately turn towards its target.
Identified as a 1 Alpha uniform.
The radars generate an enormous amount of information regarding so many targets and produce instant solutions. The Aegis-equipped vessels are probably the first vessels in history that cannot be swamped by incoming threats. In fact, nobody has yet been able to determine just how many targets Aegis system can track simultaneously.
Check man battle station's missile. Man battle station's missile, aye, sir.
Perhaps one of the deadliest missiles ever built is launched from under the sea. This is a ballistic missile submarine. These submarines were first deployed by the US Navy during 1960 and were armed with the Polaris intercontinental missile, and later the Poseidon. The latest version of this type of weapon is the Trident. The Trident missile is an intercontinental ballistic missile, or ICBM, and is armed with nuclear warheads. The Trident was built in two variants: the one C4 UGM-93A and two D5 UGM-133A. The C4 and D5 designations put the missiles within the family that started in 1960 with Polaris A1, A2 and A3, and continued with the 1971 Poseidon C3.
To note 5. To note 1 away.
Ideally, the missile is sheathed in gas bubbles for its entire time in the water, so liquid never touches its fuselage. The launch from the submarine occurs below the ocean surface. The missiles are ejected from their tubes by gas pressure created by a gas generator, a solid fuel rocket motor attached to the bottom of the missile tube and exhausting into it. Both Trident versions are three-stage solid propellant inertially guided missiles, whose range is increased by an aerospike, a telescoping outward extension that halves frontal drag. After the missile leaves the tube and rises through the water over the submarine, the first stage motor ignites, The aerospike extends and the boost stage begins. The Trident is carried by 14 active US Ohio-class submarines and 4 UK Vanguard-class submarines. The Tomahawk land attack missile is a long-range, all-weather subsonic cruise missile with stubby wings. Introduced by General Dynamics in the 1970s, it was designed as a medium to long-range, low-altitude missile that could be launched from a submerged submarine. It has been improved several times and is now made by Raytheon. There have been several variants employing several kinds of warheads. The operational versions include the unitary conventional land attack, TLAM-C, the bomblet dispensing land attack, TLAM-D, and the nuclear land attack, TLAM-A and TLAM-N. There is also the Tomahawk anti-ship missile, TASM. By far the biggest improvement is making the Tomahawk network-centric warfare capable, using data from its multiple sensors, such as aircraft, satellites, foot soldiers, tanks and ships to find its target. The tactical Tomahawk can be reprogrammed in flight to attack one of 16 pre-designated targets, with GPS coordinates stored in its memory or to any other GPS coordinates. Also, the missile can send data about its status back to the commander. It entered service with the Navy in late 2004. Tomahawks are difficult to intercept due to their small size, small radar cross-section and low-altitude flight. The missile is launched and steered for the first few seconds of flight by a solid fuel booster with steering vanes in its exhaust. Then the stubby wings and control surfaces are deployed and the turbofan engine takes over. Over water, the Tomahawk uses inertial guidance to follow a preset course. Once over land, terrain contour matching aids the inertial system. Terminal guidance is provided by the digital scene matching area correlation system, producing a claimed accuracy of about 10 metres. The Kosovo War in 1999 saw HMS Splendid become the first British submarine to fire the Tomahawk in anger. The Royal Navy later used them in the 2001 Afghanistan War and Operation Telic, the British contribution to the 2003 Iraq War. The Tomcat was the first fighter to have the remarkable Phoenix missile system. The test operation was called 6 on 6. If the test was successful, the system would prove to be a quantum leap in fighter ability. The objective of the test for the Tomcat's pilot was to attack and down 6 targets simultaneously. The targets included 2 drones that flew at supersonic speed, 3 training aircraft which simulated slower moving targets such as bombers, and another ground-launched drone to imitate a supersonic missile. On the radar, the 6 targets were identified and designated a prefix. From that point on, the pilot just pressed the firing button as the targets became locked on.
One's away. 2's in the air. 3's in the air. 4's in the air. Check the target cameras.
4th missile in the air.
At one time, all 6 missiles were in the air tracking their targets. This was due to the 50-mile range of the Phoenix. It was determined after retrieving the test data there were some slight modifications. The Tomcat Phoenix combination would, under combat conditions, give the pilot an 80% hit rate. Firing missiles from planes has always had problems. One of the major problems is the performance of the plane's jet engines when they are caught in the hot exhaust gas of the released missile. Temperature gradients of up to 6,000 degrees Celsius a second can be realised when a missile is fired from an aircraft, and this can severely hamper the aircraft's jets. This is a Eurofighter. When a Eurofighter climbs into the sky, it takes a load of high technology aloft. Its two EJ-200 engines give the strike aircraft breathtaking agility and speed. EJ-200s are totally reliable, even when they're caught in the hot exhaust jet of a missile just fired. In a first for a European company, MTU Aero Engines has managed to simulate that situation on the ground, which saves customers much money. MTU's engineers have conceived an innovative test setup to simulate the temperature profiles and gradients involved in missile firing. At the heart of the test arrangement was a specially fabricated hydrogen burner installed in the front of the intake of an EJ-200 production engine at a Munich test stand. The results of over 100 test units witnessed that the EJ-200 proved superbly stable and tolerant of the exhaust gas temperature profiles of rocket engines. An impinging hot exhaust jet puts engines under formidable stress. The searing temperatures may cause an abrupt compressor stall, with the air no longer passing through the engine but being forced in the opposite direction, and the notorious engine surge condition occurs. If the condition is bad enough, a blowout in the combustor results and the engine dies. If it doesn't recover, the pilot has to try and relight it. Previous tests were done in the air. Now they can be simulated in safety and in controlled conditions on the ground. The Eurofighter is the first aircraft to have such an evaluation on its performance while firing missiles, and this has saved the military millions of dollars. That concludes this episode of Sea Power. Join us again when we continue our fascinating journey of discovery of sea power.
In this episode of Sea Power, we explore perhaps one of the most intriguing weapons of World War II. A weapon that the Japanese devised, that shocked Americans and bewildered them. It was a weapon that was very simple and born from the Japanese culture. This is the story of how the kamikaze pilot came to be. It was the Japanese carriers that brought America into the Pacific theatre of World War II. When the Japanese carrier group attacked Pearl Harbor during December 1941, they destroyed a major part of the American Pacific Fleet. However, the American carriers were not in port at the time and remained intact and were able to participate in the sea battles of the Coral Sea and Midway. And these ships were critical as they shut the door on the Japanese expansion and control of the Pacific. The carriers were equipped with the Wildcat fighter aircraft. Although a capable aircraft, it was hard-pressed to keep the devastating Zero at bay, as they were the slowest of all the US wartime fighters. However, they did have a degree of success. Their wing loading gave them better maneuverability than some of the other fighters of that era. But pilots had to rely on good planning and well-developed tactics to stay ahead of their opponents. The sea battles were ferocious, and the Japanese proved to be very tenacious and determined warriors, and were equipped with superior planes. The hard-fought victories of the Wildcat pilots should be respected, as they were at a disadvantage from the outset. The tactics that allowed the Wildcat pilots to fend off the Zeros were a combination of pragmatism and aggression. Whenever possible, Wildcat pilots tried to get above their opponents so that they could dive through the enemy formation in a firing pass, continuing their dive until they were able to zoom climb back up to a favourable altitude for another attack. Efforts were made to avoid close-in dogfights, where the Zero clearly had the advantage. A crisscross dogfighting tactic that compensated for the Wildcat's lack of maneuverability was also developed. The wingman was crucial for survival. In a dogfight, the pilot depended on his wingman to shoot an enemy pilot off his trail. The Zero fighter lacked armour protection for the pilot and did not have any self-sealing fuel tanks, and had no onboard fire extinguishing equipment. A superficial hit would often cause the aircraft to catch fire. It was also of reasonably light construction. Its weapons were of small caliber and lacked sting. The Mitsubishi A6M Zero fighter was the finest shipboard fighter in the world during the first year of the Pacific War. It was largely obsolete by mid-1943, but it remained in production until the end of the war. It was the first shipboard fighter capable of defeating its land-based opponents. By 1943, the Zero threat had been addressed with better pilot training, better tactics and better planes. The F-6F Hellcat was rushed into production and first entered combat on August 31, 1943. During World War II, aircraft development accelerated, and many great planes were the result. However, the Grumman Hellcat's record stands alone. This plane was a total package. It had speed and maneuverability and was extremely sturdy. The Hellcat was primarily designed to be used on carriers, although a few were flown from land bases. The Hellcats were deployed firstly to the larger carriers like the Essex class. With the rate of aircraft losses due to the Zero, the Hellcat was pressed into service as quickly as possible. They literally packed the decks of the carrier groups with the Hellcats. On April 5, 1943, a Hellcat squadron downed the first Zero, and this was the way it would be for the remainder of the war. One month later over New Guinea, another was downed, and the score was 12 Zeros lost to 4 Hellcats. The Hellcat was described by pilots as easy to fly and very stable to shoot from. Most importantly, it performed well at both high and low altitudes. The Grumman philosophy when designing the Hellcat was to make it strong, make it simple, and make it work. The Hellcat was in fact a reasonably simple machine, and it was definitely tough, and it did work extraordinarily well. The Hellcat got a reputation for its ruggedness, and even when shot up badly, it could bring its pilot home. During June 1944, the Hellcat broke the back of the Japanese Zero. This was the Battle of the Marianas, and described by one American pilot as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. By the day's end, the Japanese had lost 356 planes. The Allies had lost just 16. It was one of the highest American kill ratios in a single day. Without the Hellcat, it is argued that the dominance of the Japanese Zero could have turned the war. It was only the Hellcat's ability to fight off the Zero that the Pacific theatre was secured by the Allies. The statistics of the F-6F Grumman Hellcat are impressive. Its battle ratio was 19-1. Of the 6,477 Japanese planes downed over the Pacific, well over 5,000 are credited to Hellcats. The power plant in the early model was a 2,000 horsepower Pratt & Whitney R2800 double Wasp, 2-row radial. Hellcats had 6 half-inch Browning machine guns with 400 rounds per gun. Some had 2 20mm cannons, plus 4 half-inch machine guns and underwing attachments for 6 rockets. Their bomb payload of 2,000 pounds was carried on centre pylons. One of the characteristics of the Japanese warrior became clear from the first carrier attack. If a Japanese pilot's aircraft got shot up and he felt the plane was failing, he would try to attack the carrier with his doomed aircraft. This set the scene for brave acts later to come, the kamikaze. the Pacific Fleet was continually under attack from both carrier-launched aircraft and land-based planes. The earlier battles were a more even affair, and the later battles were very one-sided in favour of the Americans. It was the desperation that drove the Japanese to instigate the kamikaze attacks. By 1945, it was apparent that Japan was losing the war in the Pacific. Japanese Vice Admiral Takashiro Onishi had noted that the most effective way to inflict damage to American warships was to crash planes into them. He pointed out that one accidental crash could do more damage than 10 planes firing machine guns. The idea of suicide as a part of national military policy was completely new in the history of warfare. The fact that they were to go on suicide missions was accepted without question by the Japanese pilots. As the war was closing, the Americans continued to press aim attacks on the mainland and systematically took out the smaller defences with carrier-based air power. These included radio ships and pickets. But the Japanese weren't keen to give in and continued with the kamikaze attacks. On March 19, 1945, several planes penetrated the outer support ship's defence and aimed for the carriers. Enterprise, Wasp, Yorktown and Franklin all took hits. The Franklin was not struck by a kamikaze as some others were. Instead, she was struck by 2 semi-armour piercing bombs. One struck the flight deck centerline, penetrating to the hangar deck, igniting fires on the second and third decks as well as knocking out the combat information centre and air plot. The second hit aft, tearing through 2 decks and starting fires, which triggered ammunition, bombs and rockets. The Franklin was in 50 miles of the Japanese mainland, closer than any other US carrier had been to Japan during the war. She had launched a fighter sweep against Honshu, and later a strike against shipping in Kobe Harbour. Franklin was taken in tow by the cruiser USS Pittsburgh until she managed to work up enough steam to make 14 knots. Franklin proceeded to Pearl Harbor on her own power, where temporary repairs permitted her to sail to Brooklyn, New York, where she arrived on 28 April 1945. During repairs, everything from the hangar floor up, except the island and forward flight deck, was removed and replaced. She was surplus to requirements following the end of the war. She did not resume flight operations. She was decommissioned in 1964 and scrapped a few years later. The intensity of the kamikaze attacks was such that Admiral Spruance decided to regroup his forces into 3 task forces instead of 4, as carriers and other ships needed to withdraw to base for repairs. The Japanese wanted to increase the kamikaze pilot's chance of successful penetration of the American Navy's dense perimeter defensive fighters and anti-aircraft ships. They needed to reach the main ships in the centre. The most desirable target was the aircraft carriers. The Japanese concentrated most of the kamikaze pilot attacks during the Battle of Okinawa in 10 large attack waves of mixed kamikaze and conventional attack aircraft, in an attempt to saturate the American defences. These large attack waves, nicknamed Kikishui, were also coordinated with the Japanese naval and ground operations of the Battle of Okinawa, the war's last great battle. In the first of these kamikaze attack waves, 355 kamikaze pilots attacked the American fleet off Okinawa. The result of this massive airstrike was 6 sunk ships and 10 severely damaged. The Japanese continued to defend with ferocity, and this forced the Americans to maintain their carrier fleets off the mainland. The kamikaze tactic had been born, in part to the lack of skilled pilots. This was also a factor that was the reason the kamikaze program was not as successful as it could have been. The pilots received minimal training and didn't have the skills to fly air-to-air combat with the better trained American pilots. It was also not so easy to guide a plane to strike a ship, and many misses occurred purely from a lack of hours in training. During the Kikasui attacks, the losses were between 60 and 90% on each sortie, and these losses were not sustainable for the Japanese military. Attacks continued until war's end. However, these sorties became weaker as the Japanese ran out of planes and pilots. It got to the point that at times only an individual plane would appear. Gone were the raids that consisted of 10 planes per unit. Another problem for the Japanese was that their convoys had also been reduced, and now naval vessels and planes sat idle through a lack of fuel. A staggering 400 or more ships were destroyed by kamikaze attacks in the last 11 months of the war. But had it not been for the Grumman Hellcat, these losses could have been much greater, and may have even seen the Japanese dominant in the Pacific. The Hellcat had a water injection system installed to the engine to give the pilot short bursts of extra speed in an emergency. The engineering of the aircraft was also remarkable. Never before or since have such a great number of planes rolled out of a single factory. However, within 3 years of the delivery of the first Hellcat, the production line ceased. During the production run, over 12,000 aircraft were built. There were only 2 major subtypes of Hellcat. Not making submodels, which would have required time-consuming retooling, was one of the reasons Grumman was able to have such a high output of craft from a single factory. For all its great attributes, many Hellcats were lost. Sometimes the pilots could get the plane back to the carrier only to lose it at the last minute, or during the difficult practice of the carrier landing. On land, a crashed aircraft could be scavenged for parts and maybe even repaired. Not on a carrier. Any craft that held up or blocked the small airstrip was immediately pushed overboard. If another spare plane were available, it would be pressed into service. Crew losses were considerably light for the Hellcat pilots, as the plane was designed to give pilots as much protection as possible. However, this is not the case with the planes themselves. Many were lost, but many got their pilots home in the process. An incredible 30,000 Navy pilots had been trained by the US Navy by the end of 1942. The Japanese Navy peaked with about 3,500 trained crew in 1941. Japan could not match either the numbers or the quality of crew of their opponent. Life for the deck crew was always interesting. In this case, a phosphorus fire has occurred. Other problems saw them attending to the damaged craft. Even simple tyre blowouts could cause the deck crew with a problem that needed immediate attention. The pilots relied heavily on the deck crew. They maintained their aircraft, and the crews ensured that every plane was working to optimum performance. This was achieved under great pressure. But the maintenance teams worked exhaustively to give the air crew the greatest chance of returning. That concludes this edition of Sea Power. Join us again when we further expand our quest to broaden our understanding of this most fascinating subject, sea power. Post-World War II, the aircraft carrier has shrugged off its competitors for the #1 position in the fleet. The years of nuclear brinkmanship almost saw the relegation in favour of fast submarines. But the Grey Ladies have shown their adaptability and potency time and again to become what they are today, the essence of sea power. In today's domination of the oceans, it is not argued that the nuclear aircraft carrier is the reigning monarch. Though for a time, the ascendancy of guided missiles and fast submarines raised debates as to whether the Grand Ladies would be replaced, just as they had supplanted the great battleships during the Second World War. However, the turn away from specific nuclear conflicts and the concept of limited conventional war has made the role of the modern aircraft carrier and their associated carrier attack group one of the most adaptable and decisive of military forces. While some of the roles they perform have varied, the force they convey gives the Navy control of the sea lanes, as well as a region as far inland as necessary to establish safe zones and areas of control. The aircraft carrier groups operating from international waters provide a presence, which can be increased or withdrawn as the situation dictates. Should the situation escalate, the carrier and air wing are ready on arrival to accomplish whatever mission is given, from unobtrusive surveillance to strikes and anything in between. Although aircraft carriers are routinely deployed near traditional areas of potential conflict, their ability to move to another area of the world should a crisis erupt and be ready to operate upon arrival has made them the big guns in the roles in which they are employed today. The development of these new super carriers is a product of the 50 years of turmoil following their baptizing in the Second World War. These periods of global conflicts have seen the carriers grow significantly in scale and scope to meet the many and varied threats confronting them. In 1928, the US operated 3 carriers. These 3 ships allowed development of concepts and trials in the new theories of naval air warfare. The 3 ships were trialled as task groups in many and varied hypothetical situations. It soon became obvious that the larger carriers, Saratoga and Lexington, would be significantly more capable than originally thought. In a series of fleet problems, the carriers demonstrated their effectiveness. when they proved their enthusiast theories conclusively. In 1932 and 38, war games were again conducted in regard to Pearl Harbor, and again a profound result in favour of the carriers. These games proved their worth in the coming years, with the commanders gaining valuable practice and the crews and pilots honing the skills that they would be needing in the very near future. Technologies rapidly advanced. The greater lift from two wings of the original biplanes allowed short takeoff and the safest possible returns to the flight decks with slower landing speeds. However, the advances in aeronautics soon made the biplane's graces a liability. The US Navy's first intentionally designed carrier was Ranger, launched in 1939. She proved to have shortcomings, primarily due to lack of size and speed. The older Saratoga and Lexington had been built on battle cruiser hulls and were significantly larger. The Yorktown-class aircraft carriers were built not long before World War II. The first two ships, Yorktown and Enterprise, were commissioned in 1937 and 1938. The lessons learned from operations with the larger battlecruiser conversion Lexington class versus the smaller Ranger taught the Navy that large carriers, rather than small ones, were more operationally flexible and survivable. Thanks to these lessons, the Navy built the new carriers to the largest tonnage that the treaties of the time allowed, 25,000 tons. The resulting ships were large, flexible and powerful, giving the US Navy fire carriers totaling 134,000 tons, which, with the addition of the 20,000-ton Wasp, another small carrier, brought the US Navy up to the full treaty tonnage limit. The scrapping of the treaty system in 1937 allowed the US to begin building more carriers. The first of this new carrier program was another Yorktown class, Hornet, commissioned in 1941. Improvements of lessons learned in Yorktown design brought about the Essex class. During the same period, the fleet problem exercises again showed up the significant weaknesses in the defense of Pearl Harbor to air attack from carrier-based planes. On December 7, 1941, the Japanese combined fleet would settle all arguments regarding air power at sea by exploiting Pearl's weaknesses. Here, the 6 Imperial carriers would remove a very significant percentage of the American fleet, almost solely with the use of their air power. Immediately after the losses at Pearl, it fell to the remaining carriers to hold the line until the new Essexes would be able to make up the numbers. These existing carriers proved their worth in many battles, including the Coral Sea, Midway, and Leyte Gulf. The first of the Essex class would not be commissioned until December of 1942. The USS Essex itself was over 60 feet longer, nearly 10 feet wider, and more than a third heavier than the Yorktown. As a mark of their worth, none of the Essex-class carriers were lost, and 2 of them, Franklin and Bunker Hill, came home under their own power even after being grievously damaged. The Franklin itself, as sea battles drew closer to the Japanese homeland, suffered tremendous damage when 2 armor-piercing bombs pierced the flight deck and ignited fuel stores and ammunition. The ship was racked by huge explosions. Only the efforts of the crew eventually saved the ship, and she made it back to Pearl Harbor and then New York under her own power. The next class of carrier built was the Midway series, first commissioned in late 1945. The lead ship of the class, USS Midway, was not decommissioned until 1991, shortly after seeing service in the Gulf War. These were some of the longest-lived carrier designs in modern history. The class was originally conceived as the largest aircraft carrier of the era. At 45,000 tons, almost twice the size of the Essex class at 27,000 tons, their size grew from strengthened armour and bigger engines, but also to provide the ability to carry more planes than any other carrier in the US fleet, 30 to 40 more than the Essex class. In their original configuration of World War II aircraft, they had an air wing of almost 130 aircraft. It turned out, though, that these numbers were well beyond the control ability of a single ship. However, perhaps fortuitously, jet technologies were dawning, and the greater carrying ability of the class made it perfect for the larger and heavier jet fighter planes that started showing up in the late 1940s and 1950s. The jets of the era were replacing the pinnacle of the piston-engine Navy planes, Douglas Helldivers, F-4U Corsairs, or F-6F Hellcats. Grumman's F-7F Tigercat was one of the many new suitors to lose against the rapidly evolving jet field. Designed to fill all carrier roles, this twin-propeller fighter could also carry bombs or a torpedo. It was McDonnell's FH-1 Phantom that first took to the air in 1945 and from a carrier in 1946 as the US Navy's first true jet fighter. The advances being made in jet experiences saw many different designs ordered, though only in small numbers, as the models were rapidly outdated by the rapid leaps in technology. Over 20 different fighter types were trialled in the 10 years after the FH-1 was introduced. The larger, heavier and faster planes caused major changes as a matter of course in the decks and design of the carriers. The early 1950s saw three major changes: the angle deck, the return of catapults, and the change to electronic landing controls. The angled deck was a huge advance as the increased momentum of jets was causing significantly higher landing accidents. The existing crash barriers could not contain the heavier planes, and the resultant spilling jet fuel and armaments was a recipe for disaster. The angled deck let a pilot who missed catching an arrestor wire open throttle and gain altitude for a second attempt. The Midway class and 14 of the Essex class were progressively fitted with new angled decks, along with greater fire control and fuel storage for the thirsty new jets. Another advancement was the installation of steam catapults. These became essential as the planes became heavier and larger. Today, they can fire a throttling jet forward at 170 miles an hour in 300 feet. The batsman, as seen on earlier carriers, would leap about the deck, directly warning the incoming pilot of vagrancies in his approach. The speed of the jets forestalled any real ability of byplay between the batsman and pilot. By the time the batsman had his meaning across, the issue he was translating may have become a terminal problem. The meatball lights directly aided the pilot in lining up for the landing. If the lights line up with the appropriate marker light in the mirror, then the pilot knows he's on course. As the angle at which the pilot looks at the lights changes, he can see directly the adjustment he needs to make. Too high, too low, and if the pilot is very low, a wave off. there are variations built in to adapt to each style of plane and differing weather condition. In theory, the pilot flies the plane down a narrow, safe corridor straight onto the carrier deck. It is estimated that the angled deck and automated landings have halved the accidents on US carriers. 1952 saw construction beginning of a new class of ship. The Forrestal class was the first class of supercarriers of the Navy. So called because of their extraordinarily high tonnage, 75,000 tons, fully integrated angled deck, very large island, and extremely strong air wing. Compared to the Midway class, the Forrestals were 100 feet longer and nearly 30 feet beamier, resulting in a far more stable and comfortable aircraft platform, even in very rough weather. Forrestal class ships were the first examples of supercarriers, but also the first which were to have nuclear weapons as an option for their aircraft. With the Korean conflict looming, the class went into production. The replacement of centerline elevators with port and starboard side lifts freed up huge areas of deck space. With 4 instead of 2 catapults, the Forrestals could launch up to 8 planes a minute. These were the first truly jet-oriented carriers. Launched in 1954 and commissioned 10 months later, USS Forrestal was the first of 6 in the class over the next 10 years. By this time, the introduction of nuclear intercontinental missiles made the necessity of dropping nuclear bombs from planes outdated. While their ability and fast deployment of forces maintained a solid demand for the carriers, their costs were now beginning to gain notice of politicians. The 8th USS Enterprise was the world's first nuclear supercarrier. She remains the longest aircraft carrier in the world today, though in tonnage she is surpassed by the Nimitz class. When launched, the Enterprise was the most powerful weapon ever constructed. She was also the most expensive, $451.3 million. The previous Forrestal was $188 million. Enterprise's propulsion is provided by 6 of her 8 reactors at any time, as 6 reactors generate the maximum steam the turbines can handle. Her keel was laid in 1958, and she was launched on 24 September 1960. Enterprise was intended to be the first of a class of 6 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. However, costs ballooned during her construction, and remaining vessels were never laid down. The following Kitty Hawk class aircraft carriers were all conventionally powered ships. Series production of nuclear carriers would finally commence with the keel laying of USS Nimitz. The first of the Nimitz class of supercarriers, the lead ships of the class, was commissioned in 1975 with a bill of $1,181 million. As of 2004, George H.W. Bush, the 10th of the last of the class, is being built by Northrop Grumman Newport News and will enter service in 2008. Bush will be the first transition ship to a new class of carriers, to start construction in 2007. By tonnage, the Nimitz class composed by far the largest class of carriers ever built. When Bush is completed, the 10 ships of the class will total just under 1 million tons combined displacement. USS Nimitz was the first to undergo its initial refueling during a 33-month refueling complex overhaul in 1998. Aircraft carriers have undergone innumerable changes. Amazingly though, these powerful ships have only existed for less than a century. Yet they have undergone a metamorphosis of unbelievable proportions. The USS Langley, the US's first carrier, was only 10,000 tons displacement. The Nimitz class is nearly 100,000 tons. The changes have included such items as size, displacement and accommodation, to flight deck layout, habitability and propulsion. Oddly, most of these changes have actually occurred during the last 40 years. The US carrier fleet has components that are relatively new and some that are beginning to age. The USS Enterprise, commissioned in 1960, is now over 40 years old. While still a potent weapon, Enterprise will have to be retired within a few more years. Nimitz, the lead ship of the current class, is now nearly 25 years old. The next class of aircraft carrier is already on the drawing boards. The Navy was originally going to build a totally new class of ship called the CVX. But with rising developmental costs, an evolved Nimitz class is to carry on for the future. The new class will be slightly larger than the current ships, carry approximately the same number of aircraft, about 80, but require less manpower than the current ships. This will be accomplished through increased automation of many tasks. The Navy has long had the ability to automate many tasks, but has been reticent to do so due to the ability of people to reason in an emergency situation. Stealth will be increased by reducing the number of antennae and other protrusions and rounding off anything that can be. This should reduce the ship's radar signature considerably. Other measures will follow for cooling of topside structures to minimize the thermal signature as well. Concepts are for a ship of 100,000 plus tons, with a flight deck of approximately 1,040 feet in length. The crew would number somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000. The next generation of carrier, hull number CVN-78, is programmed to start construction in 2007 and is slated to be placed in commission in 2014 to replace USS Enterprise, which will be over its 50-year mark. CVN-79 is programmed to begin construction in 2012 and to be placed in commission in 2018. Whatever the design vagaries of the new carrier class, the place of the aircraft carrier seems certain for at least the foreseeable future. These grand ships with continual improvement have stood the test of time, and their current dominance in the world of sea power seems assured.
It has been said that amphibious assaults are the hardest of all military operations to coordinate. They need such fine control and such a large degree of coordination that it is only the top-tier powers that have the ability to even attempt them seriously, let alone pull them off. The two nations that have made by far the most amphibious assaults during the past century are the United States and United Kingdom. From the great assaults of World War II to the recent 400-mile amphibious assault on Afghanistan, both countries have been at the forefront of developing amphibious assault doctrine and shipping. The history of the specialist amphibious assault craft really begins during World War II. Prior to World War I, amphibious assaults had taken place using conventional boats. The amphibious landings of World War II showed the tremendous costs of this type of operation in the face of modern weapons, especially the machine gun. It was only the recently formed US Marine Corps that saw the need for development of amphibious assault doctrine during the intervening war years. By the late 1930s, concrete plans were beginning to form to build the first really specialised amphibious assault ships. These concepts and vessels were tested in the Pacific and during the coastal invasion of Italy from mid-1943, initially at the port of Salerno and then later Anzio. The assault saw the first uses of the LST, or landing ship tanks, in battle. These vessels allowed for armoured vehicles to be directly dropped onto the shore to provide their offensive power immediately in support of the troop movements. These groups of specialised shipping can be divided into two types, basically described as ships and craft. In general, the ships carry the troops from the point of origin to the drop point for the assault, and the craft carry the troops from the ship to the shore. Generally, amphibious assaults take place over short distances, though they can also involve the shore-to-shore technique, where landing craft go directly from the origin to the assault point. The landing ship tank stands out as a significant technological leap. As the name suggests, it is a specialised type for getting tanks ashore. Unlike the other larger shipping, LSTs could beach and discharge directly onto shore. The tank landing ship was created and refined during World War II to support amphibious operations by carrying significant quantities of vehicles, cargo and troops directly onto an unimproved shore. More than 1,000 of these ships were laid down in the United States during World War II. From their combat debut in the Solomon Islands in June 1943 until the end of hostilities in August 1945, the LSTs performed a vital service in World War II. They participated in the invasions of Sicily, Italy, Normandy and southern France in the European theatre, and were an essential element in the island-hopping campaigns in the Pacific, which culminated in the liberation of the Philippines and the capture of Iwo Jima and Okinawa. Throughout the war, LSTs demonstrated a remarkable capacity to absorb punishment and survive. Despite an irreverent large slow target badge, which was applied to them by crew members, the LSTs suffered relatively few losses in relation to their numbers and operations. Of 1,051 actually constructed, only 26 were lost due to enemy action, and 13 were the victims of weather, reef or accident. The Marines were also the first to demand a tracked amphibious tank to support their landings. Previously, armoured vehicles were required to be fitted with flotation equipment in order to reach shore. The Alligator series of fully tracked and armoured vehicles first saw action in the landings at Guadalcanal in 1942 and were still in use during the Okinawa landings at the end of the Pacific War in 1945. Subsequent development over the years saw the Alligator develop into the current amphibious assault vehicle, AAV, designation AAV-7A1, formerly LVT-7. The AAV-7A1 is a fully tracked amphibious landing vehicle manufactured by FMC Corporation and is the current amphibious troop transport of the United States Marine Corps and is also operated by other forces of many nations. It is used by the USMC amphibious assault battalions to land the surface assault elements and their equipment in a single lift, and to conduct mechanised operations and combat support in the subsequent armoured operations ashore. The first Gators had a land speed of 25 miles per hour, though their water skills were a little disappointing, in that the water speed was only 2.5 miles per hour. Today's AAV has a top speed of 45 miles per hour on land and 8.2 miles per hour in water. The water propulsion is provided by two water jet thrusters positioned at the rear of the vehicle. These are diverted to achieve steerage. When the vehicles approach the beach, the propulsion is automatically shifted from the jets to the tracks, and the LVTs are immediately underway at full speed. Once the area has been reached, the hydraulic rear door is lowered and the Marines dismount to attack their objective. After the mission requirements, the AAV-7s return to the ships. Inside the dock, the controller guides the AAV onto the ramp and into the bay. The batsman is not dissimilar to the batsman on World War II aircraft carriers, using glowing batons to mark their approach adjustments. These batons are necessary in bright daylight from the gloom of the inside of the vessel's dock. Once the AAV is inside the docking ship, it is rotated on the turntable and then stored and replenished, ready for its next mission. Many systems on the LVT-7 are reaching the end of their useful life and will require replacement. The new Advanced Assault Amphibious Vehicle, AAAV, is in the development phase currently and is anticipated to be testing in 2006 and in full operating capability by 2012. The new AAAV will have a maximum speed on land of 45 miles per hour and water of 25 knots, achieved with retractable bow and chine planning flaps. During World War II, the experiences learnt in the field were well remembered in later operations. The extensive landings in occupied France during the D-Day assaults were almost brought undone, not by the opposing forces, but by the weather. In spite of extensive planning, the largest storm to hit the English Channel in 80 years caused more damage to the forces and actually threatened to derail the whole invasion. It was quickly appreciated that amphibious assaults were such complicated operations that a specialised flagship was needed, with facilities that a normal naval vessel simply could not provide. It was also realised that battleships, cruisers and destroyers could not necessarily provide all the fire support that an assault would need. Therefore, specialised shipping was developed that incorporated various direct and indirect fire weapons. These included guns and rockets. As part of the final barrage before an assault, the landing area would be plastered by these types of weapons. Then, small landing ships would ferry the men ashore in their thousands, along with jeeps and tanks. The men would board via scaling ladders after the craft had been launched. The landing craft then formed their holding pattern until the whole fleet was ready for the advance. In the meantime, the fire support from larger guns continued. These large American LCU 1610 landing craft vessels have both bow and stern ramps for onload and offload at either end, and can be linked bow to stern to create a temporary pier-like structure. Capable of carrying up to 400 Marines or 170 tons of cargo, here they are carrying older M48 and M60 tanks for armoured assault. Similar forces are maintained by many nations, where the Royal Navy are training with NATO in the region of Norway, which leads to the Balkans. The landing craft in use are so rugged they are capable of returning to English shores on their own in 36 hours. As well as LCUs and LCDs, the force also used Sea King helicopters in the assault and rescue role. These war games showed their worth when they were called on during the Falkland Campaign in 1982. The well decks aboard assault ships HMS Fearless and Intrepid can be flooded to allow the 4 LCUs to be launched or retrieved with their armoured cargo. The troops were dispatched from the 9 Sea King helicopters from HMS Invincible, the Harrier aircraft carrier. Once on dry land, the Marines then proceeded on a long march to the airfield at Port Stanley. Despite all the progress that was seen during World War II, there were still fundamental limitations in the types of coastline that were suitable for assault. Beaches had to be relatively free of obstacles and have the right tidal conditions and the correct slope. However, the development of the helicopter changed the equation fundamentally. The first use of helicopters in an amphibious assault came during the Anglo-French invasion of Egypt in 1956. The techniques were developed further by American forces in the Vietnam War and refined during training exercises. Today, the modern amphibious assault can take place at virtually any point of any coast, making defending against them extremely difficult. One of the most recent innovations is the LCAC, or Landing Craft Air Cushion. These large hovercraft greatly expand the range and conditions under which an amphibious assault can take place. Capable of operating from existing and future well-deck ships, they are used to transport everything available to the assault force, from ship to shore and across the beach. There are numerous advantages of air-cushioned landing craft. They can carry heavy payloads up to 75 tonnes, which easily allows for existing assault armoured vehicles. Existing landing craft have a top speed of only 8 knots, and the LCAC are capable of in excess of 40 knots at full load. Their payload and speed mean more forces reach the shore in shorter time, with shorter intervals between trips. The LCAC, like all hovercraft, rides on a cushion of air. The air is supplied to the cushion by 4 centrifugal fans driven by the craft's gas turbine engines. The air is enclosed by a flexible skirt system. No portion of the LCAC hull structure penetrates the water surface. The entire hull rides approximately 4 feet above the surface. Traditional landing craft with their top speed of 8 knots could only cross 17% of the world's beaches, and assaults were made from 1 to 2 miles offshore. The capabilities of the LCAC make more than 80% of the world's coastlines accessible to assault forces from well beyond the horizon. Its high speed complements a joint assault with helicopters, so personnel and equipment can be unloaded beyond the beach in secure landing areas. For 20 years, helicopters have provided the partial capability to launch over-the-horizon amphibious assaults. Now, with LCACs, landing craft complement helos in speed and tactical surprise, without exposing ships to enemy fire. LCAC is a dramatic innovation in modern amphibious warfare technology. It provides the capability to launch amphibious assaults from points over the horizon, thereby decreasing the risk to ships and personnel and generating greater uncertainty in the enemy's mind as to the location and timing of an assault, thereby maximising its prospects of success. It is also important to point out the LCAC propulsion system makes it less susceptible to mines and other assault craft or vehicles. The LCAC vessels are deployed from the LHA Tarawa class and newer LHD Wasp class assault ships. These new ships, a cross of aircraft carrier and assault ship, are capable of carrying 2 of the larger LCU traditional landing craft, or 3 of the newer LCACs, which would supply up to 60 of the AAV amphibious assault vehicles. This class has become the specialised ships that are required to meet the specific demands of the assault forces. They are designed with facilities that a normal naval vessel simply could not provide. Not only do this class provide transport and a base of operations, but also the air support required for their specialist missions. Their air component covers a mix of up to 18 Sea Knight and Sea Stallion helicopters, Super Copper attack helicopters and anti-submarine warfare helicopters. The air defence and shore attack roles are also filled by the ageing AV-8B Harrier attack planes. The Harrier's ability to work from small ships and small clearings on land make them perfect for the tactical support of the assault forces. The AV-8's remarkable abilities proved their worth during the Falkland Island campaigns for the Royal Navy. The tiny jet flew attack and support sorties from carriers in weather conditions that would have grounded any other attack jet of its day. The replacement for the Harrier is a new thoroughbred fighter from Lockheed, the JSF, or Joint Strike Fighter. The JSF is being built in 3 variants for varying roles. A conventional takeoff and landing aircraft, CTOL, for the US Air Force, a carrier-based variant, CV, for the US Navy, and a short takeoff and vertical landing, STOVL, aircraft for the US Marine Corps and the Royal Navy. This aircraft was developed to take over the Harrier's role. So far, the JSF has commitments from the US Air Force, the US Navy, the US Marine Corps and the British Royal Navy. Pilots flying the F-35B STOVL version will particularly appreciate the smarts of the F-35. The pilot simply flies the plane with stick and throttle, with the software handling the intricacies of short takeoff. The pilot receives inputs from the F-35's electronic systems using an advanced cockpit layout and receives his visuals via a helmet-mounted display being developed by Vision Systems International. The performance of the F-35 matches and in some areas exceeds many of today's Top Guns. But the F-35 goes several steps beyond any of the Top Guns with stealth capability, increased range on internal fuel tanks, and it has state-of-the-art avionics. These features improve the operational effectiveness, supportability and survivability of the aircraft. The variant for use by the US Marines and the Royal Navy is perhaps the most exciting of the F-35 family. Like the Harrier jump jet, the Joint Strike Fighter has the ability to stop and hover in mid-air for vertical landings. Currently, the US Marine Corps and the British Navy use the Harrier to drop into locations where paved landing strips are short or unavailable. The Harrier has supplied a remarkable service over 3 decades, but it has some shortcomings. Engine exhaust from a Harrier's underbelly vents can kick up large pieces of material that can get sucked into the aircraft's intake, and this virtually chokes the engine. To improve on the Harrier system, Lockheed engineers fitted a lift fan just behind the cockpit. During flight, the fan is aerodynamically hidden behind closed doors that swivel open for landing. The jet's engine turns a drive shaft, similar to a car's drive shaft, that spins the fan and pushes cool air from above the plane out below. This column of cool air increases the fighter's balance as it moves downwards and keeps dangerous engine exhaust away from the plane's air intake. The lift fan generates nearly 20,000 pounds of lifting power, and the downward vectored rear exhaust supplies an equivalent amount. The US Navy has ordered another variant of the F-35 for its carriers. Due to the large size of their ships, they didn't require STOVL, so they opted for a version similar to the A model. The most notable difference is that the carrier version has a larger wingspan. However, due to the small size of the British aircraft carriers and the fact that they are set up for Harrier jump jets, the British have ordered the STOVL version of the F-35. The cost of the plane is one of the reasons why the JSF F-35 has been widely accepted, but it is the projected operating costs that are also a consideration for buyers. The most current data predicts the JSF F-35 will cost 40 to 50% less to operate and support than today's Top Gun planes. Time has proven that amphibious assaults are the hardest of all military operations to coordinate. Their requirements of such fine control and large degree of coordination means that it is only the more substantial military powers that have the ability to successfully attempt them, let alone exhibit any true presence in the realm of sea power.
And there's a kick.
In this episode of Sea Power, we look at the Royal Australian Navy. This is a small force compared to the might of the USA and some of the other major players of the military scene. However, the Australian Navy is a very highly trained and competent force. Australia's Defence Force is primarily focused on home defence and has limited offensive capability. The Australian Defence Forces train regularly with their major access countries, New Zealand, England, America, Canada, and to a lesser degree, France. We now join the Royal Australian Navy and witness some of these training exercises and real-life operations. Military units from access countries arrange exercises that permit the units to test new equipment, procedures, and round off the training of both the young men and women of their forces. Exercise Ocean Protector is one such training arrangement between Australia and New Zealand. It is a combined maritime exercise that brings together naval and maritime air force units from both countries. It is one of Australia's major exercises and is held annually. A huge number of training programs are arranged on each vessel to test every department's ability to operate under pressure. From rescue crews and medical crews through to the weapon systems and machinery of each vessel. All components are pushed to the limit in such exercises as Ocean Protector. Today you will find both men and women working together on board Australian war vessels. Many other countries also include women in various roles on board fighting ships. almost 2,000 personnel from Australia and New Zealand come together to let the young men and women practice and test their core warfighting skills in an exercise scenario off the Australian coast. Exercise Ocean Protector involves a range of training serials to develop and test maritime war fighting. Key training serials involve mariner exercises, aviation operations, general warfare and submarine operations. Ocean Protector is the lead-up exercise for the larger combined maritime exercise, Exercise Tasman, which tests the collaborative warfighting skills of Australia and New Zealand. In some events, New Zealand and Australia have been joined by warships of the French Navy. This has brought a further 3 ships and 1,124 officers and sailors into the arena. Even before the Australian ships entered the designated games area, training had begun. Sailors at action stations clad in bulletproof vest fired rounds from .50 and .40 caliber guns. The 4-inch cannons also got a workout. The firing of these guns ensured accuracy and mechanical reliability were up to scratch. Representing the Royal Australian Navy were the vessels Brisbane, Anzac, Arunta, Melbourne, Huon and Norman. New Zealand was represented by Takaha, while the corvette Vendémiaire represented the French interests of the South Pacific. This fleet concentration period saw the ships drill in keeping sea lanes free of mines, enemy ships and marauding aircraft. These exercises are the focal point of constant training and provide the crews with as close to real-life situations as possible. Incoming RNZAF Skyhawks and RAAF Hornets tested the vessel's anti-aircraft defence abilities, and the exercise gives the whole crew the opportunity to pit themselves against such a threat. In such exercises, the radar operators and weapons system specialists are put under enormous pressure, as failure during an exercise represents the loss of not only the vessels, but the loss of many of their colleagues' and friends' lives. The crew react to situations with both offensive actions and defensive actions. The Skyhawk is an aged aircraft, and production of this model ceased in 1975. However, a total of 2,960 aircraft have been built. The New Zealand aircraft were extensively upgraded and could fire modern missiles and had good warfare capability. As a mark of their true worth, the Skyhawk still flies with some of the air forces of the world, nearly 50 years after first entering service. In its long lifespan as a low-level fighter attack aircraft, the A4 could boast capabilities needed to match almost any conceivable circumstance. After proving itself for almost half a century, the A4 Skyhawk has more than just proven its worth. It has become one of the finest military planes ever made. Today, the Skyhawk is used mainly as a training aircraft, in dissimilar air combat training, DACT. It served in that role until 1999, when the last were replaced with the T-45 Goshawk. Australia's F-18 Hornet is a modern all-weather fighter aircraft and attack aircraft. Designed in the 1970s, it is in service with the US Navy and US Marine Corps, as well as several other nations. It fills the roles of fighter escort, fleet air defence, suppression of enemy air defences, SEAD, interdiction, close and deep air support, reconnaissance and forward air control. Its versatility and reliability have proven it to be a valuable asset of the Australian Defence Force. Another exercise is Fincastle. The Royal Australian Submarine Fleet consists of Collins-class vessels. They replaced the highly successful Oberon class. The Oberons were arguably the best conventional submarine class of its time, with an astonishing reputation for quietness that allowed it to exist into the 21st century. The ability of the O-boats to run in total silence enabled Australian submarines to successfully attack USS Enterprise in a training exercise, despite a huge number of supporting ships protecting it.
Full dive in the planes, 75 feet back to 52. 75 back to 52.
The Collins class is now used in exercise Fincastle, which is an exercise that hones the fighting skills and involves Australian, English and New Zealand Air Forces. Canada also often participates. This exercise is in fact a competition that has been in existence since 1961 and is probably one of the longest running military competitions in the world. This keenly contested competition tests the participants' ability to detect, classify, track and engage a submarine. In this case, they search for an Australian Collins-class boat.
Mast flooded, mast vent shut.
Mast flooded, vent valve shut.
The Australians use the P3 Orion and the English favour the hunting abilities of the Nimrod. Today, the P3 is still very busy, as it is a peerless airborne hunter. Its reputation as the ultimate submarine finder was achieved through more than 35 years of service, from the Cuban Missile Crisis to round-the-clock low-profile patrols throughout the Cold War. It is remarkably well adapted for maritime patrol in the post-Cold War world. The P3 can be outfitted with a variety of sophisticated detection equipment. It is one of the most modern eyes in the sky and as deadly to a modern submarine as a hawk is to a rodent. The British counterpart of the Lockheed Orion is the Nimrod, which entered service in 1969. Based on the Comet 4, the Nimrod was and remains the only jet-powered long-range maritime patrol aircraft in military service, offering the advantages of speed and height in transit, while still capable of long on-task periods, and in particular stealth in the anti-submarine warfare role. As most propeller-driven maritime patrol aircraft make a discrete resonance that is easily detectable by submerged submarines, the Nimrod, with jet engines and associated jet noise, is virtually undetectable. This is the 2003 exercise, which was won by the Australian contingent. The following exercise was won by the RAF. Points are given for detecting the submarine and extra points for localisation, tracking and making a simulated attack. The crews of each nation flew 2 sorties over the 2-day period, trying to detect, localise and attack the submarine. Although Fincastle is a submarine hunting competition, the value of the exercise to the submariner cannot be understated, as it gives the crew the chance to physically experience the stress of being hunted down by 2 of the deadliest sub-hunters in the world, the Orion and Nimrod. What the crews learn here may one day save their lives. So it could be argued that no other sport in the world would be as acutely contested as events such as Fincastle and Ocean Protector. It is interesting to note that Australia has won the Fincastle Trophy 13 times. Training exercises such as Fincastle and Ocean Protector are the grounding for real operations, such as the assignment designated Operation Catalyst. This is 2003, and the Australian Defence Force had about 800 personnel serving in the Middle East under this assignment. In the Persian Gulf, the guided missile frigate HMAS Melbourne and its 230 crew helped to protect the Al Basra offshore oil terminal, which is a vital terminal that earns more than $100 million a day for the Iraqi economy. It is of great importance to the recovering country, and the coalition forces are ensuring that this asset remains free from terrorist attack. HMAS Melbourne was enforcing an exclusion zone around the Iraqi oil terminal to protect it from both sea and air attack. The Melbourne was also assigned the duty of preventing illegitimate oil being run by smugglers. This consists of crude oil and processed oil that's coming out of the country without the required and appropriate paperwork. Members of the former Iraqi regime transiting through the area and weapons of any sort that may be used by the resistance are also high priority during onboard searches. This vessel is one of the 228 operational boardings and 503 queries of a range of vessels including oil tankers, traditional dhows and passenger ferries. The crew is held under armed guard in the mess while the boarding team checks its cargo and papers. The vessel is thoroughly inspected and the senior crew are interviewed. If anything suspect is found, specialists are brought on board to determine the outcome of the investigation. This vessel's cargo and papers check out, so after an hour, the boarding party moves on. While one of Melbourne's tasks is intercepting smugglers, its main priority is protecting the legitimate oil trade by ensuring the safe passage through the Gulf by legitimate vessels. HMAS Melbourne spent 90 days on station, while conducting maritime intercept operations in the North Arabian Gulf and the protection of Iraqi oil platforms. Apart from protecting the national shoreline of Australia, the Royal Australian Navy is always the first to assist victims of natural disaster. In this instance, the men and women crew of Canimbla put the vessel to use in helping the recent tsunami sufferers. More than 106,000 Indonesians died in the tsunami and the earthquake that preceded it. On the 30th of December 2004, the Australian government committed the transport ship HMAS Canimbla and an Army engineer detachment to aid in the recovery and reconstruction of communities devastated by the Boxing Day tsunami in Indonesia. Once on station, Canimbla provided the local people with a range of facilities including medical, accommodation and communications. HMAS Canimbla was the first of 2 LPAs commissioned into the Royal Australian Navy. A major part of Canimbla's outfitting is a most comprehensive medical facility. Canimbla was the perfect asset to send to Indonesia in the wake of the tsunami. Lying in the serene green waters of Banda Aceh, the vessel's tank deck was crammed with trucks, bulldozers and graders. Also on board were 400 Army engineers who aimed to rebuild the ruined infrastructure of the city. HMAS Canimbla's 2 heavy lift-seeking helicopters from 817 were also sent to aid 3 smaller Australian Army helicopters already flying relief missions to refugees. The job of Canimbla's crew was to assist in immediate post-disaster relief work, to stabilise the situation and to remove health hazards. The Australian focus was on the restoration of water and power, as well as wreckage clearance from Banda Aceh's ruined coastal zone. This is not the first time the Armed Forces of Australia have assisted in relief missions. During 1998, the sea wiped out remote villages in sand dunes in Papua New Guinea. And that concludes this episode of Sea Power. The development of aircraft for Navy carriers, from canvas and cloth to the throaty monsters of the Second World War, was a long and sometimes erratic affair. Along with developments in the aircraft carrier, these weapons proved capable of closing the period of history ruled by the battleship. 2 planes in particular shone through the Pacific conflicts, and many of the lessons learnt in their baptism of fire are still valid today on even the most modern of aircraft carrier. Post-World War I, in a series of fleet problems, the early carriers demonstrated their effectiveness when they proved their enthusiasts' theories conclusively. In 1928, fleet carrier Langley totally surprised the installations at Pearl Harbor and theoretically achieved significant damage to the area. 1 year later, the larger carriers proved the same result, with conclusive results again around the Panama Canal. These results were repeated in the years up until World War II in the many trials conducted. Broadly, the results forced the battle groups to begin taking the carrier as a more significant threat to themselves and the outcome of the encounters. These exercises proved their worth in the coming years, with the commanders gaining valuable practice and the crews and pilots honing the skills they would need in the dark years to come. The development of these skills began at the turn of the century with the early concepts of manned flight. By 1909, we were barely able to claim mastery of building petrol-driven four-wheel vehicles, or cars as they became known. Yet some forward thinkers were already adapting the internal combustion engine to powering aircraft. In Virginia, during one of the Wright brothers' subsequent flights of their Kitty Hawk, a naval observer, Lieutenant George Sweet, remarked that the Navy must have that. It will be most important to us. With these words, Sweet basically instigated the joining of air power and naval power. The Navy's first attempts at air power concentrated on taking off and landing on water. In 1910 in Virginia, a civilian pilot named Eugene Healy tested the idea of taking off from a ship and landing on terra firma. He used a wooden ramp built over the bow of a cruiser as a runway for a 50-horsepower Curtiss. He was successful, and 2 months later he attempts the reverse, taking off on land and touching down on a ship. The next achievement towards aircraft and their use at sea occurred in 1921, when the US Navy ran bombing tests on captured ships. Brigadier General Billy Mitchell oversaw the operation. The newspapers were quick to announce that with such a weapon as the plane of the day, the battleship was over. The Navy was quick to remind the media and people that the battleship used in the test was a sitting duck. It did not return fire or in any way take defensive action. Directly after the Great War, the world's major navies were to show great enthusiasm in the promise embodied in the airplane. The successful flight of the NC-4 flying boat in May 1919 achieved the first crossing of the Atlantic by air. Just prior to the transatlantic flight, the US Atlantic Fleet began training with their own aviation detachment. Biplanes were launched off a wooden deck erected on the battleship Texas. In a great leap forward during July 1919, the US Navy ordered the Collier Jupiter to be converted into the US Navy's first aircraft carrier. By 1922, the Collier's transformation was complete and had become America's first aircraft carrier. She was rechristened USS Langley. Arresting wires were strung across the deck of the runway, and planes were fitted with hooks which would catch the wires and bring the plane to a halt. The first of many problems became apparent. The undercarriages of the planes were simply not strong enough to cope with the rough landings. The strong and lightweight metals of today, such as titanium or materials such as carbon fibre, were not yet available. So strengthening came at a cost, and the cost was weight. However, some remedies were simple enough and made enough difference to prove that using planes from the Langley was feasible. These included designing planes that gave pilots better visibility over the nose of the plane to give them better judgment when landing, the track of the undercarriage to increase stability, and better training procedures. The British were also developing sea takeoffs, and this was one idea, the laying down of a buoyant runway, which was not overly successful. The British returned to the more conventional aircraft carrier, and the same problems as the Americans. Many Vought planes found their way into the Navy's service. Among the models were twin-seat observation planes and float planes, but it was the fighter version that was to establish the company's association with the US Navy. On October 17, 1922, it was a VE-7 that took off for the first time from the decks from the US Navy's original aircraft carrier, the Langley. This marked the long and at times daunting development phase of naval aviation. The requirements for naval aircraft are much more encompassing and demanding than those planes destined for land-based assignment. A pilot requires very good visibility and a tough plane to withstand carrier landings. Because the gap between a landing and a crashing is very narrow, pilots continued to force their planes onto the deck trying to attain a hookup. Early on in the development of carrier aircraft, the Navy filmed many equipment failures. These films stand as a record of the problems that were overcome by the Vought engineers in their achievements of the VE-7 and its subsequent models. Many models after the VE-7 were submitted to the military, although none were taken up in the fighter role. One of the reconnaissance series of these aircraft were called the Corsair. In 1922, the Washington Naval Reduction Treaty was signed to halt the battleship's arms race, which was threatening to bankrupt entire countries. When the United States signed the treaty, they agreed to halt construction of the 13 new battleships and battlecruisers being built. 2 of these hulls went on to become the largest aircraft carriers in the world, the Lexington and Saratoga, and the rest were scrapped. In 1928, the US operated her 3 carriers. These 3 ships allowed the development of concepts and trials in the new theories of naval air warfare. The 3 ships were trialled as task groups and task forces in many and varied hypothetical situations. It soon became obvious that the larger carriers, Saratoga CV-3 and Lexington CV-2, would be significantly more capable than originally thought. In a series of fleet problems, the carriers demonstrated their effectiveness when they proved their enthusiast theories conclusively. In 1928, fleet carrier Langley totally surprised the installations at Pearl Harbor and theoretically achieved significant damage to the area. 1 year later, the large carriers proved the same result, with conclusive results again around the Panama Canal. In Fleet Problem 9 in January 1929, the Saratoga and 1 escort were intentionally separated from the main battle group and launched a surprise strike against the Panama Canal, theoretically disabling it and dividing the world in half. The success of the strike marked the birth of the Air Carrier Task Force. The subsequent refining of the concept became the carrier attack groups that would roam the Pacific during World War II. The Yorktown-class aircraft carriers were built not long before World War II. The first 2 ships, Yorktown CV-5 and Enterprise CV-6, were commissioned in 1937 and 1938. After the devastation of Pearl Harbor, the balance of the Pacific conflict fell to the US aircraft carriers. The following 6 months saw a holding action against the Imperial forces, with sporadic minor raids battle training the forces of the Allied nations. The inspiring Doolittle raid on Tokyo forced the Imperial Navy into choosing to fight in both the Central and Southern Pacific before the entire American economy and resources could be brought to bear. It was the planes from the aircraft carriers Saratoga and Lexington that would be the first to change the way sea battles would be fought in the future. The location of the initial battles was north of Australia in the Coral Sea. For the first time in history, a sea battle was fought entirely by aircraft. A Japanese force was rounding the north of New Guinea to capture Port Moresby. If they were successful, they would have a platform to invade Australia. The battle was fierce and losses on both sides were severe. The Yorktown's flight deck received one hit from an aircraft bomb but survived. The Lexington, however, took 3 hits and sank that night. A destroyer and an oiler were also lost. The Japanese lost a carrier with another damaged. Only a month after the Coral Sea, Japanese codes were broken and the information was devastating for the Americans. It was learned that Admiral Yamamoto was planning a massive attack on the strategically valuable Midway Islands in the Central Pacific. This battle was to become known historically as the Battle of Midway. The odds for the Americans seemed overwhelming. They had no battleships and the Japanese had 9. 8 American cruisers against a force of 15 Japanese cruisers. The American carriers, the Hornet, Yorktown and Enterprise, were to face 4 Japanese carriers. However, the US Navy had one advantage, and that was surprise. The Japanese were unaware of the American carriers, and when the planes started their attack, the Japanese were caught with flight decks packed with planes, fuel and high explosive bombs. In the commotion, they could not get their planes into the air quickly enough. When the battle is over, all the Japanese carriers and 1 cruiser is on the bottom. The Americans fared better, but still lost their carrier Yorktown with more than 100 aircraft. It was the second time that aircraft had been a major force in a sea battle, and now the pressure was on to develop planes specifically for carrier work. June 26, 1942, just after the Battle of Midway, a new plane rolls out from the Grumman aircraft factory. Some people interpreted the plane as the Grumman Wildcat's big brother, but this was not so. This was a totally new fighter. The plane was designed to even the score against the remarkable Japanese Mitsubishi Zero. The Zero had for some time been the gunfighter in the sky over the Pacific. The Hellcat was about to challenge this air superiority. The Hellcat was primarily designed to be used on carriers, although a few were flown from land bases. The Hellcats were deployed firstly to the larger carriers like the new Essex class. The USS Essex CV-9 itself was over 60 feet long, nearly 10 feet wider and more than 1/3 heavier than the Yorktowns. As a mark of their worth, none of the Essex-class carriers were lost, and 2 of them, Franklin, CV-13, and Bunker Hill, CV-17, came home under their own power even after being grievously damaged. On April 5, 1943, a Hellcat squadron downed the first Zero, and this was the way it would be for the remainder of the war. During June 1944, the Hellcat broke the back of the Japanese Zero. This was the battle which was described by one American pilot as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. By the day's end, the Japanese had lost 356 planes. The Allies had lost just 16. It was one of the highest American kill ratios in a single day. It was only the Hellcat's ability to take the fight to the Zero that allowed the Pacific theatre to be secured by the Allies. The Hellcat's battle ratio of 19:1 saw that of 6,477 Japanese planes downed over the Pacific, well over 5,000 are credited to Hellcats. During the same period, the Voight Company had developed their concept of a carrier fighter. The differences in the design philosophies between the extremely successful Hellcat and the new Corsair I saw the Hellcat make some performance sacrifices to achieve safer carrier landings at slower speeds, whereas the Corsair was designed to be a carrier plane, but performance was its prime objective. The new F-4U Corsair I became America's first 400-mile-an-hour fighter. Unfortunately, its performance caused questions over the Corsair's safety and led to it only being assigned to land-based operations initially. It was the units obtained by the British Fleet Air Arm that swayed the US Navy into re-evaluating and accepting the F-4U for their carriers. The English had a long history with aircraft carriers and their opinions were well respected. Quickly, the British pilots came to truly appreciate the performance of their Corsairs. With some modification to the landing gear to reduce the bounce and the adoption of a curving approach on landing to maintain the pilot's visibility, the F-4Us went into operation. One other modification was required, removing 4 inches off each wing for storage, so as to fit below decks on the small English escort carriers. The American Marines based at the newly acquired Henderson Field on Guadalcanal had to fight stiff Japanese opposition to maintain their hold in the area. With battle damage, the primitive conditions and an unfinished airstrip, Henderson Field was soon littered with damaged aircraft. On the 12th of February, the Marines received their first F-4Us, and on the first day, most pilots logged over 9 hours in action. From the British results and the enthusiastic reviews of the Marines in the Pacific, the US Navy began retesting the F-4U in April 1944, and they were eventually cleared for carrier service. This proved timely as the Japanese war machine was now employing the desperate kamikaze operations, and the Corsairs' power was sorely needed. During the course of the Pacific campaigns, the Corsairs maintained a loss ratio of over 11-1, an impressive legacy even by today's standards. The end of the war coincided with the crossroads in engine technologies. The new jet engines were in, and propellers were old hat. As a mark of their abilities, the Marines and Navy kept their F-4Us when most of the other models were simply scrapped. Comparing the planes of the day against the new Phantom, the Corsair was only 30 miles an hour slower, but had almost twice the range and could carry significantly more load. This would prove to be a wise choice, with the Korean Peninsula only a short period away. With their large load capacity and very accurate close in-ground support, the Corsairs tied up most of the Chinese transport and supply needs. The combination of American aircraft and their carriers gave the US and their allies virtual air supremacy. The Marines' efforts in Korea shine with the merits of the Corsair. The planes handled the extremely basic conditions on the matted strips with ease. The cold, though, was another matter. With the weather this extreme, the planes simply froze up. Even the Chinese could do little when it was this cold. As a mark of their worth, during the first 10 months of the war, the Corsairs flew 82% of the close-in tactical support missions. One squadron flew over 1,100 missions in a month. In English aircraft, this period also had a parallel development from their Hawker Typhoons and Tempests to their pinnacle, the Sea Furies. The climax of the line was the FB-11 Sea Fury, fitted with a Centaurus XV rotary engine outputting 2,550 horsepower. The Sea Fury was an outstanding aircraft, a tough customer in the attack role, but with light and responsive controls and excellent performance. While the F-4U was built heavier to suit the thoughts of the time, the FB-11s were actually a lighter version of their Typhoon and Tempest forebears. These Hawker models used both inline and rotary engines and became very powerful, formidable aircraft. Today, few examples of these outstanding aircraft remain for the enthusiast to experience. Even fewer are in flying condition. Not surprisingly, both the Sea Fury and the Corsair have proven to be favourites with aircraft restorers. These Sea Furies were flown in Australia's island state of Tasmania in a recent air show and pylon race. The performance of these planes even today makes them an inspiring sight. Their classic shapes and throaty engines always draw large crowds in the hope of seeing a piece of classic aeronautic history. During the Korean War, there are a small number of reports of the two propeller planes attacking MiG-15 jets. One was of 8 MiGs trying to outturn 4 FB-11 Sea Furies. The result was a loss of 2 jets to the propeller-driven plane's cannons. 2 other MiGs were damaged, while the Sea Furies returned safely to their carrier. The era of a propeller fighter being launched from the rolling deck of an aircraft carrier continued up until the Vietnam War. They were superseded by the technological advances of the computer and the missile. The images seem to conjure romantic notions of sacrifice and honour, mixed strangely with the horror of war and the sadness of loss. During World War II, 2 carrier groups met in the Coral Sea, and this was the first battle that was entirely fought with naval air power. The incident was fought by American and Japanese carriers, and it was this battle that proved the worth of the carrier. Today, the most powerful naval force is the carrier group, and only a few countries in the world have such battle fleets. Although the vessels themselves have great firepower, it is the air power that the actual carrier supplies that make the carrier group an ideal offensive and standoff asset. In this episode of Sea Power, we're going to investigate some of the most successful naval aircraft. The dawning of the jet age and the steam-powered catapult saw many new ventures onto the carrier deck. Some of the most notable were the Crusader from Vought, the A4D Skyhawk by Douglas, and the Corsair II, also from Vought in the attack role. The Corsairs in particular went into service with the Marines as well and became celebrated in the era of Vietnam. Meanwhile, the Navy's jet fighter development came to the force with McDonnell's F-4 Phantom. The plane, which was first delivered in 1958, saw many appearances in various conflicts. Remarkably, the last F-4 rolled out of the factory in 1979. Today, it is being considered for new roles after maintenance and upgrading by the European Aeronautic Defence and Space Company. The plane is still providing service, though little of the original 50-year-old design remains unchanged. Regardless of the initial engine problems, the Tomcat was revolutionary and the pinnacle of what had been learnt from the early beginnings of building carrier-based aircraft. The difficulty with the advancement of carrier-based planes was that every step forward in aviation required changes to the actual carrier. With the development of the jet engine rose substantial problems. Jet aircraft were getting heavier and heavier with every new model. They also got much faster. This meant that their landing and takeoff speeds were higher and they required longer runways. Major changes to the aircraft carrier's shape and the procedures of pilots and ground crew were required for the jet age. With their weight exceeding 10,000 pounds and their high landing speeds, crash barriers were not always sufficient to prevent accidents such as this. In the late 1940s, there was a huge increase in accidents involving planes slamming into parked aircraft. To overcome this, the angled deck was employed. The angled deck runway permitted pilots who missed the trap wires to accelerate and go round again. This improvement also freed up the deck space to allow more planes to be flight ready or prepared. The steam catapult was another addition that assisted the plane to achieve takeoff speed over a very short distance. An F-14 requires about 1 mile of runway to lift off. On a carrier, this 30-ton plane is catapulted to 170 miles per hour in 3 seconds over a distance of 300 feet. Although these carrier features were employed before the Tomcat's arrival, it is interesting to note that the Tomcat was built to excel all other aircraft, and it had to be created within the limitations of that day's carriers. The plane, first delivered in 1972, became the mainstay of the carrier strike force. With its variable wing geometry and diverse payload capabilities, was Top Gun for an extensive period. However, the Tomcat is now in its final years of Navy service, being pressed into the reconnaissance and bombcat strike roles. During this period, the attack role was taken up by the FA-18 Hornet from Boeing and McDonnell Douglas. The Tomcat's replacement will probably be the new F-18F Super Hornet, a longer twin-seat version of the existing Hornets. The FA-18 Hornet had originally been ordered as a dual-role fighter and attack aircraft, intended to replace the Vought A-7 Corsair II, the A-6 Intruder, and the McDonnell F-4 Phantom in Navy service, and to augment the significantly more costly Grumman F-14 Tomcat. The first operational cruise by Navy Hornet squadrons took place in February to August 1985, deploying aboard the USS Constellation. Today, the Hornet and the aging F-14s are the current fighter and attack aircraft on most US carriers. This is the Tomcat's second test flight. Test pilot Miller is in the rear seat and Smythe is the pilot. The first test flight was a simple see-if-it flies affair, and it was really only a takeoff, short straight flight and landing. It was uneventful. The second flight was more performance and handling based. Unlike the first test flight, this one was eventful. The chase pilot noticed smoke coming from the rear of the Tomcat. A closer inspection revealed that it was hydraulic fluid. Within a few minutes, the plane started losing functions. It was basically bleeding to death. At about 100 feet above the ground, and not far from the runway, the pilots were forced to eject, and the plane, Prototype 1, was lost. And from the ground, it looked like this. It wasn't until June of 1972 that the first carrier tests were performed. After a series of touch and goes, a landing was completed by aircraft number 10. Another problem arose. Number 10 suffered a hydraulic leak with the nose landing gear. This was not what Grumman needed, as the Navy and Congress were still not entirely happy with the Tomcat, and this film and the result of the carrier test was to be flown to the Navy for its final decision regarding the purchase of the plane. A hydraulic leak was definitely the last thing Grumman needed. As it turned out, Congress endorsed the plane that became an aviation legend. If Congress were to have made their decision on the following day, it may have all been a different story, as plane number 10 and its pilot Miller were both lost. The program continued, and in the latter half of 1972 production began, and the F-14 entered service in 1973. The Tomcat has undergone many revamps since. It's been 40 years since the fabulous Phantom first took to the air on May 27, 1958. The F-4 Phantom II aircraft, which still flies in defence of 8 nations, was retired in 1996 from US military forces, ending a record-studded 38-year career. The aircraft flew every traditional military mission: air superiority, close air support, interception, air defence suppression, long-range strike, fleet defence, attack and reconnaissance.
Heading 230, indicating 1.16 out.
It could fly short training missions or 4 to 5 hour sorties as a wild weasel in search of anti-aircraft defence systems. It starred in both the Vietnam War and Operation Desert Storm, with a record of 280 air-to-air victories and the destruction of more than 200 anti-aircraft sites. It has been flown by the defence forces of 11 other nations: Australia, Egypt, Germany, Great Britain, Greece, Iran, Israel, Japan, South Korea, Spain and Turkey. From 1958 to 1979, when the production line stopped, a total of 5,195 F-4 Phantom II aircraft were built. Of those, 5,057 rolled off the McDonnell aircraft production line in St. Louis, Missouri. The 21-year production run was the longest on record until surpassed by the F-15 Eagle, which has now been in production 26 years. The two-place twin-engine supersonic F-4 Phantom II flew at Mach 2 and could carry a payload of up to 16,000 pounds of bombs, rockets, missiles and guns. Each aircraft has 54,197 feet of wiring and 643,000 fasteners holding it together. More than 800 F-4 Phantom II aircraft are still on active duty with the defence forces of 8 nations: Egypt, Germany, Greece, Israel, Japan, South Korea, Spain and Turkey. Almost 100 Phantoms that have been converted into QF-4 drones and missile targets still serve the US Navy and Air Force.
Contact at 10, left 53.
Israel, Japan and Germany have upgraded their Phantoms with new avionics and capabilities. Greece awarded an avionics upgrade contract to Daimler-Benz of Germany in 1997. Given the upgrades already performed and those under contract, the F-4 Phantom II will probably still be flying in 2015, nearly 60 years after its first flight. A common denominator of the past naval aircraft, and perhaps even tomorrow's naval assault aircraft, is the Vulcan cannon. The M61 20mm Vulcan is an externally powered 6-barrel rotary firing gun, having a rate of fire of up to 7,200 SPM. The 6 rotating barrels contribute to long weapon life by minimising barrel erosion and heat generation. The gun's rate of fire, essentially 100 rounds per second, gives the pilot a shot density that will enable a kill when fired in 1-second bursts. The M61 20mm cannon is a proven gun, having been the US military's close-in weapon of choice dating back to the 1950s. In December 1957, the Grumman Corporation was selected by the US Navy to fulfill the new long-range, low-level tactical strike aircraft requirement with their A6 Intruder. The first of 482 production aircraft were delivered in February 1963. The A6 became the USN's principal medium attack aircraft from the mid-1960s through the 1990s. It served in combat in Vietnam and in later engagements in Lebanon and Libya. The Intruder saw further duty in the 1991 Gulf War, but it was phased out of service quickly. The last Intruders were retired on the 19th of December 1996. The A6E was an all-weather 2-seat subsonic carrier-based attack aircraft. It was equipped with a micro-miniaturized digital computer, a solid-state weapons release system, and a single integrated track and search radar. The Target Recognition Attack Multi-Sensor (TRAM) version of the A6E was introduced to the fleet in 1979. It was equipped with a chin turret containing a forward-looking infrared system and a laser designator and receiver. The A6E proved once again that it was the best all-weather precision bomber in the world in the joint strike on Libyan terrorist-related targets in 1986. Evading over 100 guided missiles, the strike force flew at low levels in complete darkness and accurately delivered laser-guided and other ordnance on target. The original A7s were powered by the Pratt & Whitney TF30 turbofan. They were equipped with multi-mode radar, and the airplane armament was one 20mm M61 multi-barrel cannon, plus up to 15,000 pounds of mixed stores carried externally on 6 under-wing stores pylons. The TF30 engine would give the plane a top speed of 570 mph at sea level. Specifically in line with the Navy requirements for ease of maintenance, this engine had only 42 steps in the installation procedure, and this could be achieved by a well-trained crew in under 15 minutes. All of this was precisely fitted into a specifically built airframe for the Navy's light attack role. The A7 first flew on September 27, 1965, 4 weeks ahead of schedule, and was adopted by the Air Force and Navy. Vought was once again making Navy planes at full speed. A7 production eventually totaled more than 1,500, including exports, when completed in 1982. The initial carrier trials showed some limitations. During the catapult launch, the steam from the catapult could be sucked into the engine intake, reducing the thrust provided by the TF30 engine. To overcome this, limitations were placed on takeoff weights of the A9As until the power plants were upgraded. In spite of the engine limitations, the Corsair was needed for the Vietnam conflict. Later, the same squadron, VA-147, also were called to the waters of North Korea. This squadron would fly their Corsairs for almost 20 years, and they were only replaced by F-18 Hornets in 1985. These were, for the time, the best light attack aircraft ever produced. On takeoff and landing, the XF-8U's wing could be pivoted up 7 degrees, hinging on the rear wing spar and jacked up by a hydraulic actuator. The variable incident scheme allowed the wing to assume a high angle of attack, reducing the approach and takeoff speed while keeping the fuselage level and providing the pilot with good visibility. In addition, the raised wing centre section acted like an air brake, reducing landing speed further. The airframe's concept was designed with the new area ruling scheme, in which transonic performance was improved by making sure all cross-sections of the airframe changed as gradually as possible. This provided minimum drag at above the speed of sound. Many of the concepts proven on this aircraft are still standard on today's fighter planes. Today, the Crusader has a reputation that is hard to beat. It had outstanding manoeuvrability, excellent performance, and a very powerful attack. The armament section contained 4 20mm cannon with 144 rounds per gun. Behind the guns on each side of the aircraft was a launch rail for a single Sidewinder anti-aircraft missile. The aircraft was also fitted with a retractable rocket pack in the belly that stored 32 70mm unguided folding fin rockets. Later versions were strongly enhanced for the strike role through target illumination radar and the addition of 2 removable underwing stores pylons for jettisonable Zuni rocket packs, or up to 5,000 pounds of unguided weapons. Though nearly half the fuselage was occupied by the large Pratt & Whitney J57 engine, the airframe's design would allow for long unrefueled flights. Another innovation was the RAT, Ram Air Turbine, that could be extended from the right side of the fuselage directly behind the cannon for emergency electrical and hydraulic power. The RAT would prove very useful in practice, allowing many pilots to bring home aircraft that would have otherwise been lost. The basic airframe would appear in 18 production versions and hold many world records. Variants included reconnaissance, photographic, night fighter and twin-seat trainer versions. Future astronaut John Glenn broke the transcontinental speed record for the 2,445-mile trip between New York and Los Angeles in a Crusader on July 16, 1957. Over their lifetime, 1,263 Crusaders were built. As a mark of their abilities, their redesigns ran for over 10 years, while most of their contemporaries were simply junked at the end of their service lives as obsolete. In the 1960s, several hundred F-8Us were remanufactured to extend their service life. Up until 1986, US Reserve units used them, and a small number were built for the French Navy. The final flights of these French Crusaders occurred at the aircraft's retirement ceremonies in Brest, France, in December of 1999. In this episode of Sea Power, we investigate the lineage of ships through the second, third and fourth generations of development since World War II. The Second World War set forth staggering advancements in traditional maritime warfare practices and technologies. The close of World War II was the dawning of a new conflict, the Cold War, and although no serious shots were fired, the world was ill at ease as the major players continued to develop and perfect their nuclear delivery systems. Like the Second World War, the Cold War was also a catalyst for conventional warfare development. Today, a single fourth-generation destroyer-class vessel has more firepower than an entire fleet of World War II battleships. Technology after the Second World War moved so quickly that today we have third-generation naval-class ships and are already moving into the fourth generation of vessels. After World War II, the focus was on nuclear bomb delivery and was the major priority of the superpowers, and the future role of the naval fleet was much questioned. It became evident very quickly that nuclear bombs would not replace the fleets, as most new conflicts were not going to warrant the devastation or the fallout a nuclear attack would invoke. The modern war remained more likely to be traditional, and therefore conventional weapons also received sweeping development. The Cold War was a standoff, and although nuclear armament was advancing, the conventional armed forces also developed at neck-breaking speed.
50 seconds. There it goes. Now.
Shack. Yes.
Through the FCI.
There they go. Got a good hit. Luger octane 370.
Today, a large contingent would contain many vessels and include carriers, frigates and destroyers. Replenishing vessels are also assigned and play an important role in keeping the battle group on station for extended periods. As the development moved into third-generation naval ships, a German company developed the MECO system of ship construction. The development of the three basic design principles were modularity, improvement in survivability, and signature reduction. Today, the MECO system is still subject to continuous optimization. MECO platforms are designed specifically for the varied development of standardized module weapons, electronics and the ship's technical equipment, which, in addition, are connected with the power supply, the air conditioning and ventilation system. All the components needed to run a specific system are accommodated in a single module. Depending on the particular task they are required to perform, a distinction is made between weapons, electronics, and the ship's technical modules. Containers, pallets, and mast modules are installed during the construction phase. To the customer, modularity means an immense range of choice in the selection of the onboard systems, whether it be with regard to the integration of customer-supplied systems or the use of products that the customer already has in service from various manufacturers. This principle of dedicated sectional design has been the subject of continuous refinement and expansion throughout the last 30 years of its development. In later examples, the infrared signature has been significantly reduced by dispensing with stacks and instead conducting the exhaust to the rear. Seawater spraying into the exhaust pipes, now arranged horizontally, lowers the emission temperature to less than 100 degrees Celsius. The MECO system made it possible to retrofit and convert the ships without difficulty in the shortest possible time and at a competitive cost. This is an early MECO 360 class destroyer. The Almirante Brown is an Argentinian destroyer, and she was built by Bohm and Voss in Hamburg from 1978 and was launched on March the 28th, 1981. Here, the vessel is undergoing sea trials. Sea trials are conducted to test all the systems and mechanical equipment. When the ship has passed these tests, the customer takes delivery and conducts trials of their own agenda, which may take as long as 12 months to complete. The Almirante Brown was the first of this class to be put into service and is armed with 8 Aerospatial Exocet MM40 missiles, 1 OTO Melara 5-inch gun, 8 Bofor 40mm guns, 6 324mm torpedo tubes and 2 Breeder 105mm S-Clark chaff rocket launchers. She is powered by 2 Rolls-Royce Olympus TM3B gas turbines, which provide 51,600 shp and a top speed of 30.5 knots with a range of 7,200 kilometres. She carries 2 Aerospatial SA-319B Alouette 3 helicopters for anti-submarine defence and has a crew of 26 officers and 174 men. Based on a modified German MECO 200 design, the 10 Anzac-class frigates are the major surface units of the Royal Australian Navy and Royal New Zealand Navy. The vessels were built using modular construction techniques. Hull and superstructure modules were built in both New Zealand and Australia, and the final fit-out was conducted at the Williamstown shipyards in Melbourne, Australia. Australia made further modifications to their vessels. An upward creep in ship manning led the RAN to undertake a habitability upgrade study. Additional restructuring to the Marine Engineering Department resulted in a change in the rank and billet structure, creating a need to rework some habitation areas. Hospitability upgrades were intended to provide added flexibility for additional training bunks, force protection personnel, special operations personnel and mixed genders on board the ships by increasing the ship's berthing by 11 up from the standard 174 berths. HMAS Arunta completed her upgrade and remaining units will follow. The Harpoon anti-ship missile is being fitted to Australian units. Work was completed on the first upgraded ship, HMAS Warramunga, in 2004. For a number of reasons related to operational considerations and the electronic environment, the Harpoon installation was relocated from its reserve space and weight position on O2 deck to a position on O1 deck forward of the bridge. Remaining units will be upgraded in due course. The Australian Defence Department decided to upgrade their Anzacs even before all ships were completed. The upgraded configuration includes AGM-84 Harpoon anti-ship missiles fitted in 2 quad launchers, evolved Sea Sparrow missiles quad packed in VLS enabling 32 missiles to be carried, 4 Nulka active missile decoys, and the petrol mine and obstacle avoidance sonar system. All upgrades and new builds are scheduled for completion by 2006. Subsequent upgrades will focus on anti-ship missile defence. Newcastle is a long-range escort. The 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 Newcastle is a long-range escort with roles including area air defence, anti-submarine warfare, surveillance, reconnaissance and interdiction. The ship is capable of countering simultaneous threats from the air, surface and subsurface. Powered by modern gas turbines, the ship can be underway from cold in 30 minutes. In addition, 2 forward-mounted retractable auxiliary propulsion units provide a secondary means of propulsion, plus excellent manoeuvrability in confined waters. Newcastle's principal weapons are the standard medium-range air-to-air missile and the Harpoon anti-ship missile. The ship is also equipped with a 76mm gun and the most effective of the close-in weapon systems, the Phalanx. Phalanx provides ships of many nations with a last chance defence against anti-ship missiles. Phalanx production started in 1978 with orders for 23 USN and 14 foreign military sales systems. Phalanx is the only deployed close-in weapon system capable of autonomously performing its own search, detect, evaluation, track, engage and kill assessment functions. For long-range anti-submarine tasks, the ship is equipped with a flight deck and 2 hangars for 2 S-70B-2 Seahawk helicopters. The ship's sensor package includes long-range radars for air and surface surveillance, and is the second FFG to be fitted with the Australian designed and built Molokar sonar. The Type 22 frigates were built in 3 batches. The latter 2 batches improved on the previous one. Intended to replace the Leander-class frigates, the early Type 22 ships were primarily designed for the anti-submarine role. The first 2 batches were the first and so far only British warships to delete a main gun from the design. The first 2 ships were built with an alternate funnel design and without torpedo tubes. The last 4 Batch 2 members were designed to carry either 2 Lynx helicopters or a single Sea King or EH-101 helicopter. The Batch 3 ships were further lengthened and incorporated for the first time a 4.5-inch gun forward in place of the Exocet launchers on the earlier batches. Although retaining the 2 Seawolf launchers, Exocet was replaced with 8 Harpoon launchers. These ships also include command facilities. As of 2005, all Batch 1 and 2 ships have been paid off and most have been sold or scrapped. Only the 4 Batch 3 ships remain in active service. Carrier development is slower than destroyer and frigate classes. The French Navy's conventionally powered Clemencia is typical of a post-World War II aircraft carrier, and due to the cost remained in service until 1997, after serving for 36 years. She was laid down in November 1955. Launched in December 1957 and commissioned in November 1961. She's replaced by a 4th generation aircraft carrier called Charles de Gaulle. The air group was at one time made up of about 40 planes, and as aviation advances took place, the carrier's inventory of aircraft changed. A typical contingent included 2 Eurocopter Dauphin Pedro helicopters, 2 Super Freelon helicopters and 4 Dassault Etenard IVPs. 8 Vought Crusaders gave the carrier its all-weather interception capability. Plans were considered to upgrade the Crusader to the F-18 Hornet. 8 single-prop Breguet-Alise aircraft that were used mainly as submarine killers. They were armed with lightweight torpedoes, depth charges and a variety of air-to-surface weapons. The Clemenceau was the 8th aircraft carrier of the French Navy, and from the 60s to the 90s, she was the backbone of the French Navy, along with her sister ship, the Foch. During her career, she sailed more than 1 million nautical miles in 3,125 days at sea, on all the seas of the world. Her main missions included 1982 to 1984, the Civil War in Lebanon, 1987 to 1988, Iran-Iraq War, 1990 the First Gulf War, and from 1993 to 1996, the war in Yugoslavia. The Super Étonnard had been developed in parallel with the new air-launched version of the Aerospatiale's anti-shipping missile, the AN-39 Exocet, and these were supplied to Argentina as well. At the time of the Falklands War, Argentina had taken delivery of 5 Super Étonnards and 5 Exocets. All 5 of the missiles were used during the conflict. Britain, along with the USSR, took a different track in carrier design and built vessels that evolved around vertical takeoff and landing fighter bombers. The Invincible-class aircraft carrier is a design currently in use by the Royal Navy. There are 3 carriers of this class in operation: HMS Invincible, HMS Illustrious and HMS Ark Royal. The class design was for an escort carrier class and for anti-submarine warfare with 6 helicopters and command capability. The helicopter load was then increased to 9 and the vessel was again redesigned to a 19,500-ton carrier. The successful development of the Sea Harrier meant that the plan was reworked again to include a small complement of these STOVL aircraft. Prior to 1982, Invincible's air group consisted purely of Sea King anti-submarine aircraft and Sea Harrier aircraft. Typically 9 Sea Kings and 4 or 5 Sea Harriers were embarked. This was due to the fact that the original envisioned mission for the ships was to provide the heart of the ASW Hunter killer groups in the North Atlantic during a war against the Soviet Union. In that context, the main weapon of the carrier would not be its fighter aircraft, but its ASW helicopters. The fighters were on board to shoot down the occasional Soviet maritime patrol aircraft nosing around the ships and its escorts. The Falklands War changed all of that, since it proved that Britain still needed to retain the capability to use carrier air power in its traditional role of power protection, both over land and against enemy fleets. It became clear after the war that the Harrier should be a permanent feature of the 3 carriers. Another addition was a new type of Sea King, airborne early warning version. Illustrious carried the first examples of the type when it was rushed south in the aftermath of the Falklands to relieve Invincible of its guard duty around the islands. In the aftermath of the Falklands, the typical air group was 3 AEW Sea Kings, 9 ASW Sea Kings and 8 or 9 Sea Harriers. In more recent years, 3 other changes have occurred. One of those was the removal of the Sea Dart system, creating an increased deck parking for aircraft. The ships have also been fitted to handle the new Merlin helicopters in the carrier airborne ASW role. Recently, Invincible was decommissioned and will remain mothballed until 2010. Illustrious is planned to decommission in 2012 and Ark Royal in 2015. As two new much larger aircraft carriers are planned, Britain has recently declared its plans to acquire two new fourth-generation carriers. The new deal means BAE Systems will build two supercarriers along with Thales, a French company. Most of the work will be carried out in various UK shipyards. The vessels will be built in several sections before bringing them together for final assembly and fitting in Scotland. The 60,000-ton carriers will be the biggest British warships ever built and are approximately 3 times the size of the current Invincible-class carriers. They will rank alongside the most formidable and complex weapon systems deployed by any country in the world. An example of the latest fourth generation of warship is the USS Winston S. Churchill. It is the US Navy's newest and most advanced warship. The USS Winston S. Churchill is the first warship to be named after a foreign leader since the American War of Independence in 1776. She is perhaps the world's most powerful destroyer. A 700 million pound ship with the equivalent power of an entire fleet of Second World War battleships. Her mission is to conduct prompt, sustained combat operations at sea. The 9,600-ton warship has a crew of 350 American officers on board. The ship's name celebrates the close relationship between the US and Britain and demonstrates the ongoing affinity of such a strong coalition.